Hello, everyone, and welcome to the RCL 2021 Summer Open Qualifiers. I'm Calmly Sulpan, and joined today on the virtual desk by Fury, and together we'll be breaking down just some of the action today with Supernova versus Mercenaries as they take each other on in a best-of-3 format here on the AOE stream. How you feeling, Fury?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm pretty excited for these matchups, obviously, coming into Risen. My first time here. Hello, everybody. But everybody, they're flying through these pick bans already. We have almost the first round of bans done as the Xin Zhao gets banned away from Supernova by Mercenaries.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Akali ban here. You know, Stromp is kind of probably the most feared player here on Supernova, looking to take away one of those mid lane power picks. Has also been practicing that in solo queue, so not surprised to see that one banned away here. Interesting enough, two of the players on Mercenaries, their solo laners, actually kind of share a little bit of a champion pool, so this Nocturne Irelia ban kind of goes towards both of those.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a flex kind of ban out from them. Something I'm surprised that we're not seeing the ban that I imagine we may be seeing. Something like a Thresh over on Mercenaries. We do have about 532 games on Cerulean on that Thresh. So that could be a definite pick away from them if they want to grab that or if it's not banned. I'm liking the Lulu hover right now from Supernova. Incredibly strong bot laner at the moment for the support.
Yeah, flex picks everywhere here for Supernova. We got the Lulu hover. We'll have to see if that one ends up getting locked in. But I also want to point out with this Ezreal, Gwen, Viego all left open, typically you see like at least a few of these picks banned out. So it's really interesting to see so many power picks left open here. Obviously, both these teams picking those up immediately. But with the Lulu drafted, you kind of already know. You get a feeling for what composition Supernova's kind of going for here. Mercenaries kind of have a lot more flexibility, I'd say, in their draft right now. As Volibear hover once again coming through here for Supernova.
Yeah, I think we're expecting a pretty high-octane game, right, with all these power picks getting thrown out there. No real lack of damage on the Rift just yet. No solid tank other than the Volibear that's coming through here for Supernova. I'd imagine Mercenaries going to grab a tank of their own coming up here shortly. We'll see what they decide to grab, but the Thresh being hovered there is no surprise to me on that hover.
And I've got to imagine now that Lulu will be going bot lane here against that Thresh. You know, she can just really mess up a Thresh support's day. You hit the hook, you get polymorphed. There's nothing really left for you to do in that lane anymore. And also, with that Thresh being picked up, that's kind of probably what Supernova would have liked to pick into this comp, picking up a strong AD carry that could have been pulled away with the Thresh Lantern, also having some of that engaged potential with that hook.
Right, and it is something that Prosperous Cat plays quite a bit of just after the Rel and the Nautilus that we've been seeing from them. Lulu definitely close on. They're still kind of a flex pick. However, like you said, I'm imagining that's going to be going down to kind of soft counter the Thresh with that Ezreal pick up there. Still nothing just yet on the ADC. However, we are seeing more bans coming through. The Diana for Supernova and then the Kog'Maw followed by the Jinx ban. Like we were saying, no ADCs picked up just yet, so Mercenaries are going to go ahead and try to take a couple power picks off the board that go very well with Lulu.
Yeah, still have a few options here. I mean, you could try and pick up the Aphelios and lock in the Tahm Kench as well. Kind of the only other person who can really make up for a poor mobility on an ADC. But again, then you're kind of leaving yourself to not have very much AP damage. So at this point, I'm really thinking this is going to be a Lulu support, and they're looking to pick up a pretty standard mid laner, and then just looking for whatever ADC power pick they can get with that Lulu.
Yeah, we could see something like a Kai'Sa or a Tristana, something that it seems to me that Sleepy Lynx have played quite a bit. So really good picks in that. Although Aphelios, like you said, another potential pick as he was buffed quite recently. I haven't really seen him used to the best of his ability, but Lulu being on the board with Supernova could really jumpstart his kit, especially into something like Ezreal Thresh, which isn't going to have a lot of DPS compared to the Aphelios. But here comes the Rise hover for Strompist, and I think that's something that nobody is surprised about with that pick. I'm loving that pick.
Yeah, Mercenaries took the gamble here, banning out the two ADC hyper carriers, but with that Lulu flex pick on the board, it leaves them open to this Rise. So they got the hyper carry. Strompist bringing out the Rise once again here. And Mercenaries, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised by this Ivern pick. Not typically the thing you kind of see when you have the Ezreal as your main damage carry here. Maybe looking to play more towards topside with that Gwen and really get her going. But all altogether, interesting comp so far for Mercenaries, mostly off the back of this Ivern.
Right, and with that as well, they still don't really have a solidified tank on the team. Ivern obviously offering a lot of utility with the Thresh, but when you have later on into the game a Rise and Ashe, a Viego, they're looking to do a lot of damage onto you, in those later levels of the game. So Mercenaries kind of on a timer for themselves, where if they let Rise or Ashe get to level 16 and on, 25 to 30 minute mark, it's not going to be an easy feat to close out that game.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that this the Lee Sin Gwen is something that could also be flexed here for Mercenaries. So
right.
I think the rest of these, everything else kind of making sense for both these comps, everything kind of coming together. The Ashe pickup, a little bit interesting here for Supernova. Not kind of the high damage carry you'd really expect. Of course, she can pump up those numbers, but she's not exactly on the same level as the Jinx and Kog'Maw, which were banned out here. So right. No surprise to see them kind of having to move towards an AD carry that's probably less than optimal to play into this composition, but they still have so much damage with that Rise in mid lane, and this is some great pickups here for Supernova.
Yeah, it's a lot of AoE, it's a lot of slows as well. Mercenaries still have quite a bit of their own as well. Of course, Daisy, you've got the Thresh Box, Lee Sin kick, but not a whole lot as much as Supernova have, so they're kind of lacking in that area, especially if a Thresh hook goes wide, then there's really no initiation other than Lee Sin, and by the time he goes in, if Rise gets off a good combo, with a Rune Prison combo, he's going to be dead in the water before he even connects with it.
I also want to talk about the pickup here, or I guess we're coming through the bands here. I'll pull back, open up my pro draft to make sure I have all these notes down here correctly. But I think it's really interesting that the Ezreal pickup here is so incredibly safe for Mercenaries. If they can get that Ezreal going, there's not a whole lot of potential outside of the casual Ashe arrow sneaking through the entire front line here for Mercenaries,
right? Or
a sped up Volibear to really get on top of the Ezreal and shut him down. So if that Ezreal gets ahead, I don't think they have a lot of shutdown options. Could be potentially dangerous here for Supernova.
That's very true. They do still have the Volibear hard engage if they do want to go with that to get to the back line. But if Arcane Shift is up, Ezreal's just going to dash away from there and let his team take the brunt of the work while he's just throwing down abilities from the back line. So if he does get ahead, that really is Mercenaries' kind of really big win condition, to where if he's ahead, it's going to be very hard to shut him down unless there is a big misplay or just a very nice counterplay on the side of Supernova and he gets caught out. But other than that, they have a lot of disengage, obviously with that Lee Sin kick, of course, with the Thresh Flays. But Supernova just have so many ways of getting into and continuing on with a fight that if a fight opens up, it's not going to be disengaged entirely on the spot. It's probably going to go for a little while and probably at least a couple of kills come out of it before any team is able to back off.
Yeah, and if you're Mercenaries here, so it actually is going to be the Lee Sin mid, it looks like, and the Gwen going top lane. But if you're a Mercenaries here, you also have to be careful of this Rise ultimate. Strampus could be sneaky here, drop one ultimate, get behind you, and create a really good flank with this Volibear Lulu, speeding that up onto your backline. There's just a lot of potential here. Ashe is kind of the ADC that you can leave to your own devices, because once you get that ultimate off, as long as you can stay relatively safe, get the fight just a little bit late, you'll be fine to deal the damage that you need to do. So I really like this composition. I think that they have the potential to shut down the disengage here from Mercenaries, but again, it's all going to come down to execution. We're going to get into that in just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see exactly what happens when it comes to those fights. We can speculate all we want, but it all comes down to how these teams actually play it. We're just here to tell you how it should be played, not necessarily how it's going to be played. But I do, like you said, like the draft a lot. I think Supernova's draft is very cohesive. I think Viego might have a little bit of a hard time early against Gwen up in the top lane. Gwen, at least the first 3-4 levels, is kind of a bully to most champions. So he's not going to have the best of times. One thing to definitely look at, like you pointed out earlier, is this Ivern pick from Mercenaries. I haven't seen Ivern played in a very long time. I don't know how he really fits into this team and the meta that we have kind of shaped around the Rift right now. But I'm definitely going to be looking at this jungle, especially if he gets into it with Maddie, because Volibear versus Ivern, Rourke is not having a fun time in a 1v1 like that.
Absolutely. Maybe it's less Ivern needs to play around his team and more the team plays around Ivern. He throws on the PowerPoint presentation. They all read through that and quickly get acquainted with how to play with this crazy character. But we're going to jump to a short break here before we jump into the game. 2 more minutes. We'll be right back with some League of Legends action here on the Rift. And we're getting onto the Rift here. It is Supernova versus Mercenaries on the Rift as they move out into this level 1. You see either of these teams go for anything cheeky. We've got the Thresh hooks that could set up some spicy level 1 plays, and it looks like Mercenaries is on the path to do just that.
Yeah, they are getting ready to get set up for this bot lane potential tri-brush invade here. Doesn't look like they're ready to catch anyone out, as Sleepy Lynx is hovering back around the Gromps, and you have Prosperous Cat 2 up towards the top side of that red, and we are going to see a quick pause come through. Not entirely sure on why just yet, but we'll wait it out.
Yeah, the classic join the game, start it all up, and then pause. There's always one technical issue or technical bug that's got to get resolved. This level 1 setup here could be pretty strong, could be fairly explosive. There isn't a ward in this tri-bush yet. Might be something that Sleepy Lynx is going for right now, but they could possibly just sneak in, get vision on this red side relatively for free, but they're kind of trading it here as Maddie is headed up towards that red side of Mercenaries to get some wards down on that red.
Yeah, I would hope that Sleepy Lynx isn't going to go for this ward, knowing how long it has been since the start of the game, basically. And it looks like they're actually going to get spotted out here. Quick little kind of freeze here due to the pause, but yeah, there's a the sweeper ward coming through. That's not going to catch anything for Cerulean, as like you said, there has not been a ward placed just yet there.
Yeah, I mean, so they have spotted this out. They should know that they're free to get vision down on this red buff. You see Maddie moving for that right now. Going to get that trinket ward down. Probably look for the recall sweeper. The old classic start to get some early game vision and abuse that cooldown timer on that trinket.
And that is something I really appreciate when junglers do that. Get a deep ward and go back, trade it out for a sweeper. I don't know what it is about just seeing that at the start of the game that just makes me very happy. It's like that is how you should be doing that, because you want to get some vision down, but at the same time, as a jungler, you want to be contesting vision, getting rid of as many wards on the map as possible so that you can actually effectively gank. And as we're coming through here, Sleepy Lynx going to fire out a quick little hawk shot there. I don't think they actually catch anything, though.
Yeah, nothing really gained so far. Does look like Rook is setting up on the Ivern here for that pretty super fancy tech where you pop over the blast cone to grab a camp and then quickly dash to the blue buff to pick that one up too. So he's setting up his blue side jungle right now. Vision is very critical here against the Ivern, of course, as just being such a funky jungler, any data you can get on him early game is so good for your team.
Oh, wow, a very early engage here.
Oh, jumping on in, yeah. Oh my god, Prosperous Cat being out so low, but the Ignite is down. Curling, getting engaged on. One more auto might just do the trick, but he's going to survive. Papa's Cat now endangered. Sleepy Lynx dueling it out with Sahori. Going to come down to if he can hit the skill shots, conquer, proc. Can they get the damage? No, Lulu just going to go a little bit wide there, not finding the damage. Prosperous Cat just barely missing the skill shots there, and that'll be a live bot lane, but Flash Ignite on Thresh and Heal Ignite on the other side here for Supernova. Its Summoners burned left and right at level 1, so we already got a scrappy game going.
I was just about to say that we're probably going to be seeing a lot of poke in the bot lane from these two teams, and as soon as I was about to say it, a massive fight opening up there. Prosperous Cat getting chunked extremely low, healing that up at the moment. Sleepy Lynx still pretty low, but Sahori can't get too close at this point. Still obviously has that cleanse and flash, but you don't want to get caught by a polymorph from Prosperous Cat, or Sleepy Lynx is going to finish you off. And up top here, Barrack and Cozy Shroud going about as well as I'd expect it to with that Gwen versus Viego, but here comes Rourke in the bot side looking for potential gank. Gonna get spotted out by Maddie, however.
Yeah, so looks like just be able to walk away from this one. You usually don't want to jump into those 3 versus 3s or even matchups when you're playing Ivern into most junglers. Volibear is not going to be the exception to the rule here, so he's going to be able to walk away from that one. Cozy Shroud getting taken awfully low. And it's actually just bleeding health bars around the Rift right now as ADC here, Shahori for Mercenaries, just feeling the heat of this poke lane and bot.
Yeah, they're taking so much damage on the poke now, and that's just where Lulu is just incredibly strong. Hawkshot's going to go through the mid lane here. Only going to see Cinnamon Bread, but you're seeing the damage right now sitting under tower, and here comes Maddie looking for potential dive, but the wave is very thin.
Yeah, flashless Thresh here. I'd imagine that's going to be the target, but like you said, wave very thin. Gonna bring down the lightning on the Thresh and Ezreal. Even more poke as they get brought lower and lower. Now Strapa's getting engaged on here in mid lane. Ivern with the flash forward. Will find the root. First blood going over to Cinnamon Bread there on mid lane. Great connect on the Sonic Waves. Sahori just ease forward. Will find one kill, getting at least one trade back here. Papa's Cat will finally pick it up with that auto as Maddie picks up the Thresh. Burke teleporting down here now, wants to continue this fight as Rourke coming in from the side. Gonna look to land the Q here. Needs the snare to be able to continue this push. Burke dashing forward. The teleport is coming through once again. 3 versus 2. Once this one will connect. Burke in danger here, but he's just bursting down Maddie. Now the polymorph will come through. He'll fall. Stromp is going to pick up that one. Teleports all around. It is a scrappy match.
An insane fight overall, but Supernova will come out on top. They do burn a couple of TPs on their side. Strompist, however, is going to be able to come in, has that kill for himself as well with that tier, 84 stacks of that. Very nicely fought for them. They're going to secure themselves a quick 600, about 700 gold lead, just based on the CS differences on top there. But a very nice fight overall. Gets them set up for this dragon that's coming up here as well in about 8 seconds on that mountain.
Keep an eye on these waves here coming into this dragon fight. Gonna be super important as no one on the map has TP anymore. They're all matching to this cooldown. Sleepy Link's in trouble. Gonna get rooted up here. Rourke finding the roots everywhere. Sleepy Link's getting super low. Burke just needs one more auto. He'll find it. Now Manny in trouble. Getting engaged on your bikes. Go super low. All the damage coming through. Mercenaries just pumping it out. Barrick doing exactly what he needs to do on this Gwen. It's lane stopping here as well, moving towards mid lane. They're in a great position to try and take this Earth Drake if they want it. Burke kind of jumping on forward. Looks like he canceled the passive there of the Iron, but eventually be walking away from this one. And overall, it's Mercenaries picking up almost a free kill there on the mid lane.
Yeah, very nice catch on Tamati. Does an insane amount of damage, and just like that, it's turned around into their favor if they want to go for this dragon, as Maddie gets sent back to base after having to burn Flash there. And now a massive wave lined up for Sahori and Cerulean in the bot lane here to take advantage of it as well.
They have the bot prior here, so I'm kind of surprised to not see them go for this dragon. Maybe just afraid of losing a little bit too much of their lead here in bot lane. Sahori again picking up that kill. Massive here for the Ezreal. Sleepy Link's unable to pick up any of his own so far as he maintains this slight CS advantage. Even out slightly as this wave does crash into tower. And lane assignment's going back to normal. That is Burke back up in top lane on the Gwen into the Viego. So kind of a restored map state here, just missing a few summoner spells.
Yeah, I was just about to say, look at all the summoner spells that have been burned on both teams from that fight on the bot side there. However, we are seeing a fight in the bot lane here. Catch on a Sleepy Lynx.
Kurt hitting the engagement here with that Thresh. Might be looking to... Oh, but actually it's top lane. Maddie will find Barrick, and now Sleepy Lynx looking for the kill here onto Sahori. He'll chase on forward. Mystic shot gonna connect, but no kill back found. It's now the Lee Sin roaming down. Simon Bread wants to continue this fight. Sonic Wave will go wide off the back of the Warthog. He has nothing left to continue forward. Does not want the rest of this fight, and that'll be Supernova's bot lane able to walk away from this one.
Yeah, but on the other side of that, they are going to see the dragon get taken by Mercenaries for the troll. But Cinnamon Bed going for the re-engage here.
Trying to find another one. Sonic Wave goes wide once again. He has nothing left. He's just getting slowed out. This is the power of the Ash. We'll find a flash forward to find the kill.
Oh,
one more auto win, but no, he'll take him out too. Sahori was not there with the communication. Couldn't find the last auto, and Prosperous Cat survives with about 2 HP. But Rourke now here in bot lane will land a snare. Thresh sees one more auto. The Flay will secure the shutdown. Not something I'd ever expect to say. As Sleepy Link's now hugified, trying to continue this fight in the 1 versus 2. Has the damage, has the slows, but will be able to find him. Dodges the hook. Curtin still looking to kick him out, but he'll find the kill anyways. Rourke goes down. Sleepy Links on this Ash is just kiting so effectively.
Incredibly well played there. A lot of very nice skill shots dodged by both Prosperous and Sleepy Links. Mainly Prosperous making those sonic waves going wide and not dying too early there. Now the top lane here though.
Yeah, Barrick a little bit overextended here, but Cozy Shot has gone super low. We'll find the Heartbreaker forward for the kill with the Ignite. Gonna be just enough damage to take that one down.
Yeah, Supernova garnishing themselves a very nice lead here. Pre-10 minutes, 9-4 with about a 4K gold lead already. Bot lane really starting to shape up for them, and just after that fight as well, top and jungle going their way. Mid lane still about even, however. Cinnamon Bread playing this game very well, as it is the Lee Sin. Very nicely done on the solo lanes now, and a potential pick onto Prosperous Cap, but it does not look like they'll follow that up.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in draft. This Ezreal really needed to get ahead here for Mercenaries to really have a shot. They didn't have any engage options, but it won't matter if your front to back is just better than theirs. You don't need to take that dive. So very happy to be getting Sleepy Links some of this gold share, moving towards these item power spikes. Only has got the Berserker speeds for now. Probably looking towards the Kraken Slayer, of course, for that true damage, getting a little bit of extra DPS down for his team. And once again, just got to give him compliments for kiting so effectively in these bot lane fights.
Oh, for sure. Sleepy Links has played this almost perfectly, just based on the movement alone. Prosperous Cat staying around. I thought it was a bit of an iffy choice, staying around on 1 health, but other than that, I mean, he hung around. He was able to get the Hugify off onto Sleepy Lynx, which kept him alive in that fight. Able to pick up another kill. Still down in the CS department. However, Saori a little bit behind in terms of the XP. So Sleepy Lynx should get a nice advantage off of the next back at the very least.
The real loss here was that shutdown gold from the Lulu went on to Thresh, so won't be going over towards any carries. That sentence will connect here on the Prosperous Cat, though. They're looking for this engagement. They got the Lantern out. Mid laner dashing on in. It's Cinnamon Bread looking for the engagement here. Prosperous Cat hugifies, but it's not enough. Rourke might just claim this one, but he wants to give it over to a carry. Sahori eventually going to claim it with a Mystic Shot, and it is a 4-man gank bot lane, but they find the kill. Actually, we're watching here is top lane Barrick may be in trouble. Because he needs the Heartbreaker 4, but he'll find the kill and be able to walk out of turret range with just enough HP. So solo kill in the top lane. Quad 4 versus 1 here in the bot lane. And all around the map, there's just more and more action.
Yeah, I was just about to say, they sent for a bot, but really at what cost? They wasted a lot just going for Cerulean, who already had that, excuse me, not Cerulean, for Prosperous Cat, who had already had that gold shutdown taken from him by Cerulean. And then up in the top side, we had Cozy Shroud with a very nice one-on-one against Barrick, but now he's getting jumped on.
Yeah, Daisy's out, Cinnamon Bread and Ivan here on the fight. We'll just be able to easily lock this one down. The next pick for them, but the dive on bot lane is here. It's Cursan underneath the tower, but landing distance on here to Matty Burke, doing the damage that he needs to do. That is a shutdown for the Gwen. That's what you don't want to see if you're on the side of Supernova. Barrick finding a kill for himself, getting some gold back. But probably going to have to give up a few more plates on this tower.
Yeah, I will say Supernova are very good at taking advantage of plays, like good plays, by Mercenaries, where they make a move on one side of the map, Supernova takes advantage and does something on the other side of the map. You just saw it in the bot lane to top, and then top lane to bot. A TP coming through from Cinnamon Bread, Sonic Wave goes wide. So TP a little bit ambitious there, as now he's kind of just stuck in the bot lane here.
Yeah, they were kind of hoping that deep ward's gonna be enough, but I'm gonna be quiet here. Strump is forced to flash away. Daisy chasing him out. TP here once again towards mid lane from Mergs. It's Cozy Chad looking to continue this fight. Rourke going under the tower. Half health, but he'll be fine. Should be okay to walk away. Cinnamon Bread will also take some poke under tower, but luckily towers are still up. Tier 1's still healthy, and that's about to change here. Shelly's gonna take that mid lane.
Yeah, finally first turret going down, 11.5 minutes here with the help of that Rift Herald there. Will not get a second charge off here. Supernova playing this game very, very well macro-wise. Able to grab up a kill top, bot, and then pick off a turret in the mid lane. I'd imagine they're going to get set up for this next dragon, as that is the Infernal. So no Mountain Soul, no Infernal Soul. Going to either be a Ocean or an Air. Imagine both of these teams hoping for an Ocean Soul, though.
Yeah. Do see Strampa's TPing towards the mid lane here. And if I had to say, Mercenaries might not want the Ocean Souls. They're probably going to end up losing this dragon here, as Supernova just taking full control of this map. They got the vision. They got the waves push where they want them. Gwen topside with no TP. Cinnamon Bread kind of the hope for the steal here if they really want to go for it. But ultimately, I think this will be an Infernal going over to Supernova.
Yeah, Cinnamon Bread, Leeson always does have that execution. However, it is not going to be there this time, as Infernal Drake does go over to Supernova, and there's the Ocean Soul. I'm sure everybody's loving that right now. However, a potential pick up in the top side here, as we are seeing Supernova roam up into top where Mercenaries are lying in wait in that river.
Oh, it's going to be a skirmish here. We got 3 versus 3. It's a quick burst onto Rourke. He goes down instantly, and now the Heartbreaker resets will come through. Thresh will also fall here. Cinnamon Bread also going to get picked up. It's kills across the map, and it's all coming up Supernova.
Yeah, Supernova are loving that right now. 2 picks up in the top side river, and a one-on-one for Sleepy Lynx with that win versus Cinnamon Bread there. And you gotta imagine, if you're Mercenaries here, you're thinking, what do you do? If the Lee Sin, who is really meant to be able to 1v1 those ADCs, is unable to do so at this time, they really just kind of gotta sit back, get back to farming a little bit here, so that they don't just start bleeding with these gold loss that they already have.
It's another dive top lane. I don't think Barrick is going to be able to do too much here. Just walking out of the turret aggro to reset it. Matty going to take the last shot, but no one going down here for Supernova, and they'll find another tower for themselves here.
Supernova now an 8k gold lead. Where do you go from here if you're Supernova? You do have that Baron coming up shortly, about 6 minutes here, so they can go for the next Rift Herald, which they will definitely have full contestation over. Try to maybe crack open a inner turret with it while moving around on the other side of the map. Maybe drop Rift mid or bot while looking for a tower up top, maybe sending 3 or 4 top up there while someone has to go deal with that Rift Herald. But right now, Supernova are really not in a rush to end this game. They can play this game at their own pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they don't have scaling here with the Ryze, with the Ashe and Lulu combo there in the bot lane. They have the option to kind of just play this one out slowly. Of course, with this large gold lead, you got to imagine they're looking to group. They're looking to get some more team fights in. But ultimately, if I'm on Mercenaries, I'm not looking to force fights around these objectives for a little bit. You've got the first dragon, you delayed the soul for at least a little bit, but it's an engagement here topside. Crozy Shroud looking to do the engagement here on the Barrack. Barrack getting super low already. Heartbreaker's forward, but actually it's going to be Barrack picking it up. That shutdown gold from earlier will earn him his Riftmaker, and he's going to be able to find the damage to win that engagement there in top lane, finds a solo kill for himself, and that was initiated by Cozy Shroud.
Yeah, an amazing turnaround by Barrack. I mean, Cozy Shroud really was feeling himself for that fight, but Barrack says, nope, I'm just
Maddie's coming up, Barrack. I don't think you can burst through this one. Riftmaker's pretty good, but it's not that good. Maddie still chasing forward. Yeah, just kind of chomp you there. Sleepy Links finds the kill with Enchanted Crystal Arrow into mid lane. Curling going down there to the Ashe.
Yeah, Prosperous Cat going to actually take that kill from him there with the help of picks as they work their way onto this mid lane tower now as well. And Barrack got to be feeling good after that initial kill onto Cozy Shroud there. Cozy Shroud was giving him a bit of a hard time. Didn't quite have the damage or the sustain in order to beat Barrack. But on the other side of the map, Sleepy Links, Prosperous Cat taking full advantage of Gwen not being there, finding themselves a kill in the mid lane. Dragon will be up in about a minute 50. We still have the Rift Herald being taken away by Maddie here as well. So they're going to take the first inner turret mid lane, and then we're going to see Rift Herald get taken by Maddie and look for that on another lane, potentially either top or bot, or if they're going to want to go for this inhib.
Yeah, 10k gold lead here at 15 minutes. Supernova's using this gold lead so effectively as well. They're shoving in every lane. They're clearing out all these camps, so there's just nothing left on the map for Mercenaries. But Mercenaries is looking to take up the fight here. Maddie going to get the death sentence. We'll be able to jump out of that one with the unstoppable. Thresh following all the way through on the death sentence, but Maddie is really taking, might just go down here. It will be the shutdown going over to Sahori.
Yeah, Supernova there, not sure if there was just a lack of communication or what exactly happened. Sleepy Links, obviously in the middle of that back, was miraculously able to get that off without being stopped, but it is at the cost of Maddie's life in the mid lane there. Up top, you've got Cinnamon Bread with Strompus.
Strompus on the flank with the Realm Warp. Finds the snare on Deroic. He'll easily pick that one up. No follow-up. Have the Enchanted... I believe Enchanted Crystal Arrow is actually down right now. Just now coming up, so could still see that one create a fight here in the mid lane, but looks like they're happy to reset, clearing out the jungle once again. They're just draining the resources here for Mercenaries.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do. You know, the bleeding starts, you want it to keep going. You don't want to let Mercenaries get a tourniquet to stop this out. They had about a 7k, 8k gold lead, just still sticking with it, up to now about a 9k, almost 10k gold lead for Supernova. So that lead that we saw start hasn't even stopped. And you have Dragon coming up in about 15 seconds, and they definitely have all the priority in the world over it, as you see 4 members bot side.
Yeah. Send up for a dive here on Strompus. Want to get that shutdown gold on one of these. Carry Cinnamon Bread. Look for the fight. The TP is coming through. They might just need to disengage from this one. Barrack trying to walk away with the Gwen. Landing Sonic Wave, probably not going to follow up on this one. Strompus very low on mana. Might not be able to follow this one up, but will flash forward, gets the snare, and it's Cozy Shroud on the follow-up, but now it's a 4 versus 2, and Cozy Shroud goes down. That is not what you want off the back of that TP. Strompus, no mana. It might be the subject of a dive here, and they're picking up a Dragon outside the map, but it will be a kill going over here to Mercenaries as they get 2 shutdowns on the top side.
Man, Shutdown won that fight as soon as Viego TP'd there. They had everybody backing off. This at least buys some time for the rest of the map to get opened up. Dragon gets taken for Supernova, as well as quite a bit of damage on that bot lane turret. However, they will lose top lane turret for it. No real big deal, as that is their only first tower to go down this entire game. Off the back of really just kind of a miscommunicated play, it seemed like, between Strompus and Cozy Shroud of whether or not to take that fight.
Yeah, and of course, it may look a little bit silly to trade a Dragon and some of your some of your inhibitor turrets health bar for 2 kills top lane, but when you're on the side of Mercenaries, you're this far behind. As long as Supernova is playing correctly and really choking you out, you have to make plays like this. So but I like the proactivity. They're finding ways to get back into this game, even if they're not the most effective or 100% perfect play. They're able to get shutdowns. They're able to get kills, and despite this massive goal deficit they have to make up, there's still a chance for them. They delayed the Dragon by 1. Won't be another soul for another 10 minutes. If they can get some of these spikes, there's a chance for them to come back into this game. Cinnamon Bread looking a little frisky there in the bottom lane, but probably gonna let this one go. but actually gonna Sonic Wave on forward. The root will also land. Iron wants to find the rest of this damage, but Cinnamon Bread just getting chunked out so hard. Strompus's rise has come, and you knew it was gonna be tough for them to play into when you saw the champion select, and Strompus is proving why it's a feared pickup here for Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, you have to expect it from Strompus, right? I mean, look at the games that he's played. I mean, look at him in the past just on Rise alone. That's something that I think you need to take away from him, especially if you've seen how he plays. He just gets incredibly ahead, and there's no stopping him from that point on. But like you were talking about earlier, for Mercenaries, if you're winning, you know, a win's a win.
It's just another pickup. I'll let you finish your thought.
Yeah, that was, you know, a win's a win for Mercenaries. It's just once that win happens, you have to make sure you are continuing on with those wins. And right now, that's not quite where you're seeing. However, Cozy Shroud may go down.
Yeah, Barrick looking for the fight. He knows he can find the solo kill, and he'll find it. Barrick now with the team on the way. Maddie will be the next target. He'll fall. 2 more pickups here for Mercenaries. This is exactly what they wanted. Finding kills, finding the gold, and just trying to get what they can here in this game. Slowly closing up this deficit, but they will trade an inhibitor tower and an inhibitor here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's, again, the win for Mercenaries. They are able to pick up a couple of kills, get some gold for themselves at the trade-off of a tower and an inhib. Now, if you're Mercenaries, it's not that bad of a thing. Because here, you can pick up Baron, and then you have a lot of gold coming into you, essentially, in the bot lane there, that you can have Sahori go after. You can have Cinnamon Red or even Barrick go after if they want it to, you know, you're just picking up free super minions, essentially, if Supernova are not able to close out this game through the bot side.
Yeah, might be able to just pick this one up. Should be going over. No vision available. A nice pickup here for Mercenaries. That is exactly what you want to see if you're trying to claw your back into this team. More than just getting the gold back, taking that objective off the map so you can't be sieged into as effectively. And Channel Crystal Arrow looking to this one. Nice flash to dodge that one out. No pickups here for Supernova as they're trying to get back into the base and trying to get these resets. Rourke might just be caught out here. Will snare up Prosperous Cat, but he'll be a-okay. Finally managed to get that reset. We'll have to see if Supernova can take advantage of these back timings, though. Maybe even get a tower despite the Baron minions they're pushing into.
Yeah, Supernova are desperately looking to get a pick for themselves after that Baron take, but it just leaves Mercenaries on the run here, but a reinitiate here.
Oh, looking proactive. Lots of damage coming in from the Ezreal. Maddie trying to force the ultimate out. Stormbreaker not going to be used aggressively here as he's trying to get away from this fight. A nice engagement here from Mercenaries as they're trying to kite out. Sahori in danger. Will QSS flash out of the Ash slow. And just so much damage coming back onto them that it was just great and effective kiting once again here from Sleepy Lynx, able to keep himself alive and just keep dealing out the DPS. Sahori thought he could find some damage, thought he could find a kill, do something proactive here for his team, but ultimately not able to do it. Cinnamon Bread, you are caught out, you are gone, and now that is a reset. Coming through for Cozy Shroud, forcing out the Hugify, might be massive. Strop is slashing forward, trying to find something. Maddie on the top side, going down there to the Thresh play, 4 versus 4, now looking to kite out. Thresh is the target. Kurdelin going a little bit low. Sleepy Lynx on the slows, finding more and more poke. 2 inhibs down. They're looking at the third. They're just looking to keep choking out these resources. Mercenaries struggling here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land. Burke not able to get the W up in time on the Gwen. Now this inhibitor will fall. That is 3 inhibs down, despite Baron minions on the side of Mercs. Now looking to continue the chase. They managed to throw out the True Shot Barrage, but no more follow-up here for Mercenaries. That is Supernova walking out with 3 inhibitors and only 1 kill traded back.
Man, I don't know if you guys were keeping your eyes on Sleepy Lynx there, but so much damage coming out from that Ashe and so much CC, just forcing Sahori to not only cleanse, but also flash and arcane shift just to get away from the damage that Sleepy Lynx was throwing down there. Prosperous Cat with an amazing few slows that came through, and that really was all initiated by Mercenaries. They went for almost what seemed like a desperation play, but it really looked like they could have won it out. It was just the long-term damage that came from Sleepy Lynx really turned that around.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Sleepy Lynx making me put my foot in my mouth a little bit here. I did say that Ashe wasn't exactly the best hyper carry, but completely proving me wrong, doing just so much damage here. Of course, does have a significant lead, has, I believe, yeah, that is the 3-item spike now for Sleepy Lynx on this Ashe, only the 2 on the Ezreal right now. Of course, Divine Sunderer is a great spike, but
yeah,
ultimately Sleepy Lynx just has the damage numbers. So much more gold on this Ashe right now, full item up over the Ezreal, 12k versus that 9k you see, and really, it's just every single member was able to just come up so far ahead on CS leads early in the game that they're just translating that into a massive lead all across the map. Now, third Drake should be going over uncontested as they have all 3 inhibs down. Kind of just looking to close this one out at the leisure at this point of Supernova.
Yeah, that's what they should be looking for at this point. Mercenaries starting to get back into this game. Supernova want to try and end this game as much as they can. You know, they have the 3 waves of super minions coming through now, top, mid, and bot side, and this is their perfect chance to look for the end of the game. Looks like we just have a little bit of a pause here. No worries, it's not your Twitch acting up, everybody. But looks like we're seeing the groupage in the mid lane here with a Cozy Shroud down the bot side at 0-4-1. We're going to see Cinnamon Bread backing from the top lane here, who try to stave off the super minions as much as possible, but they are coming through as Arrow Lance.
Ooh, yeah, Chain Crystal Arrow will land on the Kerbladian. Melody to counter this one. Barrick looking for the fight. Dashing on, and Daisy also comes out, but look at Maddie. He has fallen. Prosperous Cat on the backside, keeping alive this Ashe with a Hugify, and the damage is coming through. Sleepy Lynx has got the DPS. Strompus has got the DPS. Everyone from Mercenaries has fallen here as they continue the chase forward. Double kill for Sleepy Lynx. Triple kill for Sleep. Oh, no, actually going to be picked up by the Rise. Strompus picked up that one, but triple kill for Ashe, double kill for Rise, and that'll be the entire base and game going over to Supernova. What a great match by them.
The triple double at the end with Sleepy as well as Strompus vying for the Penta there. But all in all, very, very nicely played. Like I said, Sleepy Lynx, just the fancy footwork throughout the entire game, dodging all of those skill shots, being able to completely miss out on really any form of hard CC or a hard damage that would have rightfully killed him, was able to just play around, play at a distance, and just absolutely walk away with the win.
Yeah, if I had to say absolutely my MVP this game, I know it's pretty easy to give it to the ADC, but all the plays in bot lane, you know, started at a deficit. Ezreal picking up a couple kills early game, Thresh looking like a threat there with those death sentences, but ultimately, even in these engagements where they were sending 3 or 4 bot, it was him left alive. Sleepy Lynx just kiting out, kiting back in, weaving the damage in wherever it needed to be, and just finding, I think, really probably carrying Supernova here to a victory here in game 1.
Yeah, and that's really all you could have asked for, right? Is your ADC just not dying, being able to kite out, even when it was Prosperous Cat dying for the save just to get off the Hugify. That was really big, just a massive move that kept. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. That kept him alive and was able to just, you know, like you said, kind of put his team where he needed to be, able to get everything set up in the lanes and rightfully walk away with the game.
Mm-hmm. I still liked how Mercenaries looked, despite being so far down in gold. 10k gold deficit to come back from. They found small plays here and there to get some kills back. Of course, they were always trading, as Supernova should be when they have that kind of gold lead. You have to be getting something back when the comeback team is, sending 4 top for some reason. But ultimately, they played scrappy. They played to their comp. But I think that they need to change something up here. There's just too much. It just felt like lane dominance here from the side of Supernova. I'd just like to see some early jungler proactivity, maybe moving away from the Ivern and really moving towards something that can really mess up these laners that are just always pushing them in. Of course, Prio can create advantages for the laners to remember the jungler, but I still want to see something change up here in draft from the side of Mercenaries to really come back in this next game.
Yeah, I have to say, definitely something I would like to see is the proactivity in the jungle. The Ivern was picked. We didn't really see many ganks come out of him, though. And the utility that he provides wasn't all there because he was already so far behind Maddie in the early game that he wasn't able to pick up those items that gave him enough utility to even survive in the basic team fight. So maybe something a little bit heavier, something that can go all in and just set up better ganks, I think, for his team so they don't fall behind so far in the 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, Supernova just had so many tools they could use to engage. You saw how well he utilized the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You saw a few Realm Warp flanks, Strompus always flashing forward to get those rune prisons off. And just all they managed to follow it up. It was just a very, very decisive composition. And I really think that when you're playing an amateur, when you have these much more scrappy games, that's the kind of stuff you need in order to really make an impact in these matches.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely just always moving forward. I mean, this was a very action-packed game. This was a lot more action than I expected it to be, but from the draft, we kind of called it would be a little bit high octane. I didn't think it would be as much of a bloodbath as it was there. But did you have any other closing thoughts for us?
Just that I'm excited for game 2. I want to see if this team of solo queue stars can come back and kind of take down this very established org in Supernova GG in game 2. Of course, this is a best of 3. We got more action coming up in just a little bit. I'm Slopin, and this is Fury, and we'll be right back with some more League of Legends. Welcome back to the RCL 2021 Summer Open Qualifier. We got Mercenaries versus Supernova here in the Pro Draft, and they're running through it right now. Supernova picked up a pretty decisive game one, earning themselves a very heavy early gold lead with the Rise and Ash absolutely getting up super strong for them. So we'll have to see if Mercenaries will change up their draft here. Fury, what are you thinking?
So far, I'm not seeing a difference. We might see just the Xin Zhao ban here again, and there it is for Mercenaries. They're more worried about these picks from Supernova than what they've already seen. Supernova switching up a little bit this time around. The Wukong's there to stay. Obviously, we saw the Aurelia Nocturne first couple bans here, but they're going to take away the Lee Sin this time. I guess they were a little bit still worried about it for the mid lane there from last game, but Nocturne's there to stay, and Mercenaries this time going to pick up the Viego as Supernova hover the Ezreal.
Yeah, I was the blue one first pick. This is the exact same draft setup we had last time. Blue round one going to Viego, and then R2 and or R1 and R2 both go over towards this Ezreal Gwen. So pretty funny to see the handshake swap here on these power picks. We'll have to see if there's a different kind of style up here at top lane. We did last time, of course, have Supernova dominating that matchup. We'll have to see if they can run that one back with the reversal.
Yeah, the only thing we're guaranteed to not see is the Lee Sin mid for Supernova. Varus actually getting taken for Mercenaries this time around. We'll see if they grab the Thresh yet again. Again, that's just one of the major picks for them, and see what they go for here.
It's not only picking it away from Supernova, it's also just such a strong pick with the Varus. You know, once again, one of the more immobile ADCs. Thresh really adding to the ability for Varus to get away from any kind of engagements. Just has to sit a little further back in laning phase and really anticipate that, and it will be the Thresh hover, and I've got to believe it's going to be the lock-in.
Yep, for sure. That gets taken off the board right away. So Viego, Varus, and Thresh for Mercenaries as Supernova prepare to take their third pick here. We'll see if they just go ahead and grab a support for the Ezreal, see if maybe they grab something maybe a little bit tanky, as Prosperous Cat likes to play, or if they just go for the Lulu. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like Rel or Nautilus.
Yeah, already seeing a very different style of composition. Yuumi coming through.
Okay.
So with the support already locked in, the ADC already locked in. Last time Mercenaries spent 2 bans on hypercarry ADCs because of the Lulu composition. This time I'm imagining we're going to see the Rise bans. This ban phase should, and I believe will, be targeted at Strompist, as they're looking to probably take away some of these mid lane power picks, really give themselves some more map pressure here as they move into game 2.
It would have to be something like Rise, maybe Cassiopeia banned away second. They've already taken the Akali off the board, so no need to worry about that. But Rise, there's the hover, and I'm guaranteeing the ban lock-in here as well. Supernova looks like they're just kind of targeting the... I imagine that's top side, although Aurelia is a flex. But I imagine they're going to go ahead and take away a top ban here. Or I'm sorry, jungle ban here. Sorry.
One of the things I'm seeing here already that I think is pretty scary is Yuumi Gwen. It's really funny. You can throw down the hollowed mist and Yuumi ulting on top of you. Normally, you could throw out a skill shot, try and slow him down or disengage, but she can nullify that and then just keep walking through it and follow up with the Yuumi ultimate and just snare up everyone. So I like the pickups here so far from Supernova. You know, again, kind of handshaking back power picks, but 2 very different styles of compositions already shown here than we saw from last game.
Yeah, and Supernova, again, just looking at this, there's the Cassiopeia hover. It's looking to be another bloodbath as well, like last game. I mean, Varus, Thresh, Ezreal, Yuumi look to kind of poke out each other in the bot lane. We'll see if anybody goes in for the hard finish for those kills. And Hecarim getting hovered for Supernova here, looking to further on this aggression. Speaking of, Yuumi being able to hop on people, on this match, Yuumi on Gwen, Yuumi on Hecarim, that is both incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and you already saw this pick earlier this morning in Europe. Hecarim kind of making a comeback with Divine Sunderer. Very different, or a little bit slightly different style of build, but just such a powerful item, and really ended up bringing Hecarim back into meta here. So I think with the Yuumi, the speed ups, great options here for Supernova, and set the current hover. We'll have to see that one ends up getting locked in, and it will. So Viego set flex picks, looking for probably an AP threat here for Mercenaries.
Yeah, I would hope so with all the AD that's on the board. Looks like we're seeing a Karthus pick here. Now, with the flex pick that are up for Mercenaries, who is going where?
It's a good question. This is going to be Karthus. I got to believe Karthus jungle. I think they're holding on to set Viego and really just waiting until they can decide these lane assignments once they see this last pick here from Supernova. Kind of probably trying to take the more favorable matchup into mid lane so they can have that pressure towards bot side. Again, these two solo laners here for Mercenaries kind of share a champion pool. They're both very good at kind of these more bruiser style melee champions. So I would not be surprised to see them flex this pick to just get a favorable matchup. But it's Corki locked in, so double AD with the Yuumi, and with the Yuumi able to kind of dash around from either of these carries, really has options here for who she wants to attach to.
Right, and Supernova, regardless of whether or not Set or Viego are the ones going mid, they're going to grab that Corki, and whoever goes mid is not going to have the greatest of times there, as Corki, a massive scaling champion, and it's going to be hard to fight him out, especially into the later games. We saw Strongest on the Rise, and we talked about how well he was at flanking with the Rise ultimate. This time, however, Corki with that Valkyrie, as well as having the package on him, is going to be able to get to the backline much, much easier and on a much shorter cooldown.
Absolutely. One thing on the note of the package, though, is that where this Viego goes, I'm not sure who's going to be taking him here for Mercenaries. The interesting thing to note about Viego is that when there are champions like this that have so many dashes, the only one that not having one being the Yuumi, unless you're jumping at friendly champions, right? You have so much chase down potential. You're heartbreaking forward, getting a reset, picking up a kill, and then using the champion's dash. You've got Arcane Shift from Ezreal. Gwen's got the gap closer. Hecarim's got the speed. Corki's got the baby package. There's options here for you to continue chasing down. So these scrappy engagements go in the favor of Mercenaries. There's almost no escape options here for Supernova.
Right. Especially when you have the Varus ultimate as well, right? If Varus gets an ultimate down, even if he gets a W down for the slow, it's going to be really hard to run away if you're Supernova. So if they're going in, that's it, right? They're just going forward. There's no way they're backing back out of anything unless they hold on to the Yuumi ultimate to try to disengage. I mean, even Hecarim and Ezreal's ultimate, basically anything that they use to get in, they can use to get out. It depends on when they use it, though. If they're using it all to go in, they have to continue a fight. If they haven't used it yet, they're going to have to blow those ultimates to get out. And Mercenaries are going to just be able to take full advantage of that and move on to whatever objectives up, or just get control in a side wave as well if they haven't already gotten a pick.
I will say, I think Supernova has kind of picked up another composition where it's like we press our one button on our keyboard for moving forward, and then we have like a clear win condition there. I think the composition for Mercenaries is once again a little bit harder to execute. But again, still a strong composition. You have poke from the Varus. You follow up with the Karthus ultimate if they get to get anyone low enough. You have ability for both the Karthus and the Varus to pull them out of fights. You've got chase down potential with Viego. There's a lot of options here for this team fight. I think it's just Supernovas is easier to execute on.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. It's just Mercenaries has a lot more to take advantage of, is definitely the flip-flop there. Supernova has a very clear, concise engage, but if anything goes wrong for them, Mercenaries can easily turn around the fight, flip it around, and just look at their team. I mean, Set with the CC, they've got Karthus for the massive AOE ultimate, Varus with his, Viego, like you talked about. If he gets a hold of anybody's ultimate, he is taking somebody out to follow, and his teams be right behind him. Cerulean on that Thresh last game, even though they lost, Cerulean was making a lot of very good plays, a lot of hooks landing, a lot of flays being where they needed to be, as well as the box that was put down that helped out, just single out a couple of people. It's just his team wasn't quite able to follow up with it because Supernova was already so ahead at that point. But in this game, I think Mercenaries has a little bit more, I think, of an advantage when it comes to the team fights themselves if Supernova don't play them quite as perfectly as it did in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you have the Karthus. Once he does go down, always a threat against this dive composition, and if Mercenaries can just play on top of that passive that he drops onto the ground. I think there are options here, but like once again, it's all execution. Can they find the win condition they want in their composition? We're jumping into this match. Round 2 could be Supernova taking home the win here on the best of 3. We'll have to find out in just a little bit. Stay tuned as we get into game 2. Welcome back to RCL 2021 Open Qualifiers here with Mercenaries and Supernova. Supernova taking game one. It's Mercenaries here looking for the comeback win in the best of three. So we hop onto the Rift. Already some more level 1 shenanigans. We saw this last game. Mercenaries likes to play as 5 as they head into the blue side jungle.
Yeah, if you haven't already clocked it, they have swapped sides here. Mercenaries on the blue side. They're getting in very deep without getting spotted. However, Maddie is going to now spot them out. They're just going to get a deep ward here from Rourke. I imagine he will back to grab a sweeper, as we saw in the last game. And just a little bit of deep warding from both sides here. Meanwhile, on the bot side there, you see Strumpus get a very deep ward between the Raptors as well as that red buff.
Yeah, pretty funny to see the handshake picks in the Viego, Gwen, Ezreal going each way. And then also the exact same ward that Supernova got last game on that red buff coming up now here for Mercenaries as they invade that blue side or that red side jungle just to go get that ward on that red buff.
Yeah, and just the trade of the vision here is not bad. We're going to see a few pings come out here on the bot side there. And the sweeping ward coming in from Cerulean, unaware of where the ward actually is, so wasn't able to catch the one up on the top side. So we're going to be able to spot Rourke out after he comes off that red and moves into his Raptors here. And like we saw in the last game, I imagine, I'm going to say it before it actually starts to happen, we will see some poke come out on the bot lane here between Sleepy Links, Prosperous, Sahori, and Cerulean.
Yeah, TP picked up here for Sahori, so even if he manages to take some of this poke, he can always get back to lane pretty quickly. Managed to pick up that CS for himself. I'm really interested in this top lane matchup. We saw it in reverse the last time with Barrick on the Gwen and Cozy Shroud on the Viego. Now switching sides here, we'll have to see. I believe, I want to say Barrick got the upper hand in the last one, picking up solo kills despite being behind. So we'll have to see if Cozy Shroud can really show the same power here on the Gwen.
Yeah, and Cozy Shroud needs to take advantage of the early fighting for sure that Gwen possesses in her kit, just able to bully out most top laners that are in front of her early on, as we see a little bit of a skirmish up top here.
Yeah, getting stunned up Burke on the backside of this fight as he does get ignited because he shot one auto away. He will actually flash! The dash from Barrick finds the kill. And that'll be Viego taking this one. So Barrick getting, I'd say, the better of both these matchups so far. We'll find first blood here for Mercenaries. That is exactly what we want to see on the start of this match.
The flash auto reset for Barrick, I love seeing that. Very, very close there. Cozy Shroud just barely missing that Q there as Barrick flashes behind it. Back into the bot lane here, though, is where we're seeing most of this action come down. Haven't even gotten to see mid yet with Cinnamon Bread and Strumpus because of the fighting in the bot and the top side.
One thing interesting to note, so Thresh, Varus, definitely probably the more dominant of this lane matchup, has the ability to really make a fight happen, right? But when you're getting poked out by this Varus, if you're the Ezreal Yuumi doesn't really need health in theory, right? Because she can always just stay untargetable if she's low. She can actually hop out if Ezreal doesn't want to E away from one of these Varus arrows if he's going to get hit, and just take the damage so he only takes a filtered Q rather than an unfiltered one from the Varus.
Right, exactly. And that's where we're going to be seeing the main differences come through here is if, just barely going wide there for Sahori, just thinning out the herd of minions there. But if those start to land, Sahori's going to do a lot of damage to Sleepy Links. Not that Prosperous Cat can't just heal that all right back up, but Prosperous Cat still does have a minimum amount of mana and still sitting very low on that. So Cerulean and Sahori, if a fight opens up in the bot lane here, they should have a little bit of an upper hand. However, Exhaust is still up for Prosperous Cat, where there's really no utility-based summoner spells on the bot side now, as Sahori has that TP and Cerulean opted for the Ignite.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the map. Looks like both junglers decided to go for the full clear handshake scuttle, and they're going back to the full clear. Kind of surprised to not see something come out early here from Maddie. But again, bot lane shoved in. His top lane kind of shoved in and died there a little bit earlier. So not a lot of options for him to go anywhere. Can't be getting ignited here. Doesn't look like they have the mana or the abilities or the cooldowns really to take down this bot lane duo. So a bit of a silly ignite, but will dissuade the Thresh from maybe pushing forward into them. There was, of course, other things that Ignite can do. Barrick possibly in danger here, as it is Maddie setting up for a gank on top side. Well, that's a lot of poke. Sarah, you're in danger. You'll flash out of that one. Cardi now the target. Gets exhausted. You won't have flash. But actually, an Ignite from Corellian will pick up the last tick on that one. It's a TP coming in here. Prosperous Cat is chasing forward. Eventually, he'll fall. Stromp is flashing forward here off the back of the TP. Has the Yuumi. He'll find the kill. Prosperous Cat picks up one. That is a 2-for-1 there in the bot lane. Plus TP.
I don't like Prosperous Cat taking that kill. I think you definitely give that to Strumpist. However, a kill is a kill is a kill. But very nice TP there from Strumpist to clean up the bot side. Sleepy Lynx just barely getting picked off, and Cozy Shroud not gonna have a good time.
Getting the tower here, has the Haunted Mist to hide in for now, but it's a 3 versus 1. Cozy Shroud, your only defensive cooldown is down. I can't imagine you have a way out of this one. You'll get picked up here. Rourke making a play on the top lane as Strumpus TP's bot. This is exactly what you want to see. One play on one side of the map, you make a play on the other. It's Mercenaries already with a much more solid game plan here in the second match.
Yeah, really nice move up into the top side there, and as opposed to what we saw in the last game where, they set 3 or 4 top side and then Supernova was able to turn it around on the bot side. They were able to get a kill top side and nothing traded back for it.
Might be in danger here. Arcane Shift does come forward. Sahori is getting dropped so low. That is the power of the Hecarim. Maddie seizes the opportunity and will just fully stomp on forward there in that bot lane.
Of course, just as I say, Mercenaries get away with a free kill top side. Something happens in the bot lane. The caster's curse showing right back up there, but Maddie moving into the bot side, very nicely done after seeing 3 top and then they all backed. Obviously, there's priority in the bot side. Dragon is up and available at this point in time. However, no team really having more prio over the other, unless you want to say Strumpist has more prio in the mid lane. Him just being quirky in general. As much damage as he has right now, being level 6, it's going to be really hard to contest anything. However, you do have Sahori and Cerulean, who are almost level 6 here. And once they do hit that, it's going to be much harder to contest anything when Sahori has ultimate ult.
We're not able to pull back in that Corki, so I'm going to take a bit of poke there off the back of that mid lane trade. But like you said, Dragon is available. Have to think that probably we end up seeing a Dragon take around the time of that Corki package, but I got that engagement in top lane. Cozy Shroud getting exhausted here, and he'll just get chased down by the Karthus. You don't have anywhere to go. Barrick will pick up the kill. And again, it's Barrick finding the kills top lane. Again, it wasn't exactly 1 versus 1 that time, but he's setting up these waves, finding ganks, and calling his jungler when he has an opportunity. Great plays here from Barrick so far.
You know what's crazy? We were talking about wanting to see Rourke on more of a prioritized ganking jungler. I didn't think Karthus would be that jungler, but he has been extremely well
Chip predict here in the bot lane, and the Deathbringer from your Karthus will pick up one. Rourke finds the kill there, and now this will be going over to Sahori. It's Mercenaries making the plays, and like you said, it's a more proactive jungler in more ways than one. A global ultimate to secure a kill in the bot lane, making that one a favorable trade, but you gotta shout out Cerulean for that hook. Predicting the Arcane Shift from Sleepy Lynx, so we know is a solid player, and he just picks him up with that death sentence.
Yeah, Cerulean grabbing him out of the air there, and Rourke not only proactive on the lane ganks, but just being able to push R from anywhere on the map to help secure kills, get assists, as well as that damage, and very, very nicely played from Mercenaries. This game has definitely started off on their foot, as it's 8 minutes in, we have 9 kills here, and Dragon still on the board, though. That still hasn't quite been contested, so surprised that hasn't been yet, and I'm eager to see who's going to start that off.
If I had to guess, we haven't really touched on it too much, but Supernova kind of being the more established team here is probably doing a great job at making sure the priority on the map is just not possible for Mercenaries to really go for a Dragon play.
Yeah, Maddie's on it.
We saw their macro last time. They were, Maddie's actually doing it right now. So I mean, in my own words, but they were despite dying and despite giving up kills, they were able to find ways to dissuade Mercenaries from going for that Dragon. So now actually getting picked up here by Supernova. So look at all these waves, a wave crashing mid, a wave crashing bot. That is the 2 lanes you need to be able to pick up this objective for free, as you will force people back in the tower. Even Cinnamon Bread getting zoned off a wave here in bot lane. So nothing getting traded back for this Dragon being taken. Will now go towards Rift Herald. But again, I think this is just a little bit too late. You gotta get through this objective faster. You need to get your priority in your lane so you can go for objectives like this. So you now have the prio in top. Might looking for a dive up that way. But looks like Cozy Shroud does know that he's playing weak side right now and is backed off his tower. Yeah,
however, Sleepy Lynx Prosperous Cat gonna grab 3 plates for that off the rotation. So they get a lot of gold for themselves while that Rift Herald is taken up, but they also secure the Dragon. So net positive for them all in all on the gold for the neutral objectives here. And it looks like they're going to try to grab a 4th plate for themselves here, which would be really good for their gold. However, it'll just barely come through. Prosperous Cat needs to be careful.
That's the power of the
Almost like
Yuumi.
that.
You don't need your HP. It's a resource you can use. We'll tank the tower so they can get that last play. Now they're going to clean off this wave, and I have to imagine they're going to go for that reset. But I like the plays here from Supernova. They're maintaining this gold, maintaining a solid, or what's the word I'm looking for? They're keeping the gold close. Despite being down kills, despite constantly being forced to reset here from the kills and the damage that Mercenaries and the is pushing out, they're still finding ways to get these waves into towers, denying Mercenaries gold, and then also picking up plays for themselves in this early game.
Right, but basically what you're looking for is they're mitigating their losses.
Yes, thank you.
Now, instead of being down, 2K right now, they're only down about 1,000, which isn't terrible at this point in time. Still ways to get back into it, but being down 1,000 gold this early on, Mercenaries could certainly look to continue that push. As long as they keep playing the way that they're playing, they can continue on with their leads and end up with a nice win for themselves towards the end here. However, a rush in.
They're looking for the final chapter, not going to get the snare, so despite Arcane shifting forward, the flash out will be good, and almost it's Strompa's getting caught out mid lane as well, able to get away from that one. As the 3-man play does come through, but this is Barrack underneath the tower, looking towards Cozy Shroud. Might just have what he needs here. He's got the speed up. Will flash forward, and Heartbreaker will be just good enough. +1 auto. He'll pick up that kill. Another solo kill going to Barrack. He has been monstrous this series.
Yeah, Cozy Shroud using that a little bit too early, and Barrack was able to take full advantage of it. Cozy Shroud not quite being able to get away, and Barrack finding yet another kill. 3-0-1 at this point, and Barrack looking to secure first tower for himself as well.
Yeah, Barrack is really showing us why both these teams are prioritizing the Viego. Just so powerful. Gwen really the only person who can match up in the lane. But it's an engagement here, diving down towards Sahor. He'll get picked up immediately. CC chained. You got no flash. You got no life. Now looking to escape from this trade. It's the Karthus ultimate coming in. Might just pick up Maddie. That's a kill there. They'll get the tower. Now looking to escape from the Thresh. Curling might be chasing forward, but he'll opt to back off. Happy with the 1-kill trade. That is a tower. Full tower going towards bot lane there as we get every single play in this early game.
Yeah, they trade tower for tower as well as a kill, though. Mercenaries coming out on top, even with the kill that was secured by Supernova, due to the fact that it was the first tower that was taken up in the top side by Barrack on the Viego. Rourke potentially caught out now, though, but here comes the rest of his team with Cerulean and Cinnamon Bread.
He's got a squad to support him. I can't imagine they're going to chase this trade, but actually it's a dash in here from Cozy Shroud. He find 1 kill, gets traded back. Rourke now has the passive, might be able to get some damage here down onto Strompus, but it's a 3 versus 2 with the Yuumi here to help with the chase down. Curling dodging up for now, but will get picked up by the auto. Strompus picking up 1. Happy with that trade. It's Supernova climbing their way back, finding favorable trades here on the map as they pick up 2 kills for 1.
Yeah, Cozy Shroud goes down yet again, and obviously nothing to him, but he wasn't worth that much gold in that case. Finding Rourke, definitely more gold over to the hands of Supernova, as well as finding Cerulean there. We did manage to see Cinnamon Bread get away, though. But other than that, it's only a 500 gold difference now as CP Lynx gets jumped on by Barrack, able to arcane shift away. You got to make sure you don't let Barrack jump on you this game. Already has the Thunderer, already has the Steel Caps, and maybe a bit of an ambitious ult coming through from Prosperous Cat. Don't know if that was a misclick or they wanted to find a fight.
Oh, they find the death sentence. This might just be the kill with the Chains of Corruption will also land. Just need to find the arrow to follow it up, but will not find the damage. Good heals. Oh, but might just actually have it. Sleepy Link dodging out from those Skittles will eventually survive. Rourke taking some damage back as he himself gets tagged up by the True Shot Barrage. Sleepy Link's barely surviving there. Yuumi keeping him alive. So Prosperous Cat keeping the heals going. Ultimately, it's a net 0 as no one really taken too much of anything here. I wanted to also point out, I think the Lost Chapter was used, or the final chapter was used. But Curling going forward, tries to find the Death Sentence, not able to predict the Arcane Shift this time. You'll get picked up by Sleepy Lynx. Can't do it twice in a row. Nice play there by Sleepy Lynx once again to find a kill onto this overly aggressive Thresh.
Yeah, it all comes down, it's like the unstoppable force of the immovable object. It's the guy who can dodge every skill shot, but also the guy that can land every skill shot. It's Cerulean versus Sleepy Lynx. Cerulean has been a monster on this Thresh, and we see why he has so many games on it. But at the same time, Sleepy Lynx with the footwork on not only the Ashe, but also this Ezreal, and with the added benefit that Sleepy Lynx has the Arcane Shift to be able to dodge out from those abilities as well, just sets up plays like that.
Yeah, I just want to say as well that they're now 1 for 1 here. Oh, but it's engagement here in the top lane. Cozy Shroud caught out. Tried to go towards that bush, but that one was pink warded out. And that is the Heartbreaker. Barrick once again picks up a kill. It sounded like a broken record here up in top lane as he finds yet another kill towards Cozy Shroud. Great plays coming up as they pick up another kill top lane. But ultimately this gold lead has been nullified. And it's actually Supernova now barely pulling ahead here. They managed to tie up this game.
Yeah, I think they're putting a little bit too much of the resources into going after Cozy Shroud. I think, you know, killing him 4-5 times is all right. Once you get to the 6th time, you're realizing you're really not benefiting too much from it. You're not getting much gold from it. Strumpist 2-0-2. You've got Sleepy Lynx 2-2-4, who's slowly climbing his way into the game. Once Strumpist and Sleepy Lynx hit their power spikes, you know, we're talking 2 items, 2.5 items. This game's going to be really hard for Mercenaries because Corki in general, regardless of who's playing him, is a very hard champion to beat.
I also want to point out that the picks that Mercenaries are getting aren't netting objectives. They're down 2 dragons. They, I think, haven't picked up this Rift Herald this game. They like just haven't been able to find... oh, but it's engagement here in mid lane. Flashing forward, pulling back in Sleepy Lynx, but he's just too dang fast with Demi. TP now coming through. It's Cozy Bread, but he'll just get showstoppered immediately. Cozy Shroud goes down once again, 1-7. That man is getting bullied this game, and that's Barrick picking up the Wind's body, looking to make some moves here. You know he can play this champion as he'll probably switch out here in just a second. Unstoppable Onslaught coming forward from Maddie as he looks towards Burke. We'll be able to pick up here in just a second. Sleepy Lynx on the side, throwing out the damage. Arcane Shift forward, and ultimately it is a trade back and forth as everyone on the map is just dying left and right. But look at the chase down potential. Barrick picks up another one for himself. And that was only Sleepy Lynx and the Yubi left on the map. So they look to pick up maybe a few more of these kills, but it looks like they want the disengage for now.
Yeah, that's one of the main situations where finding the kill on Cozy Shroud actually nets Mercenaries kind of a win due to the fact that it was a 5v5 that was quickly turned into a 4v5, but Sleepy Lynx Arcane Shift, not even needing it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to jump forward. He'll just predict the dash and movement there from the Varus, picking him up with one last Q. Barrick, a little bit of danger here. Gonna go into stealth, but it's not enough. Yumi finds him in the shroud. It's a shutdown going towards Yumi, but a shutdown to shutdowns, a kill's a kill. And once again, it's Supernova making moves with the numbers advantage on the map.
That was 2 blind Qs from both the ADC and the support to find kills. Now,
Rourke, you don't want this one. They just do too much. Yep, Sleepy Lynx owns the map. I feel like people often forget when Yumi is on a champion, that is 2 in 1. You're not fighting a 1 versus 1, you're fighting a 1 versus 2, and they have options to chase you down. They just straight up run down Rourke there in the jungle, finding another kill, and now picking up this Rift Herald. It's Supernova, despite the early game mishaps, now finding their way back into this game, doing everything they need to ensure a victory.
And I hate to say it, but it really is, I think, because Mercenaries focused so much of the attention on going top against Cozy Shroud when he was already very far behind. Barrick, I think, after the 2nd, 3rd kill, could have held his own on those trades, but sending so much top, they're just completely ignoring their mid and bot lanes, which are the only lanes that have towers missing. And because of that, because they're ignoring mid bot, they're giving up priority over the dragons, and they've missed both the mountain and the air drake. And now we have Infernal up in another minute. So we'll see if Mercenaries kind of get their priorities together and start focusing on the mid bot half of the map so that they can really start finding these neutral objectives that they need to get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, finally, some anti-healing coming out here as well from the side of Mercs. Now Brambleflesh will be finished here for the Viego. Sleepy Lynx look for the engagement. Final chapter won't lock up anyone just yet. TP now channeling here. Barrick is in the back line. Might just have the damage he needs, but he'll get feared up immediately. Sleepy Lynx going so low, but won't go down. Now Dash, Arcane shifting over that will stay alive, and it is actually curling going down. Sleepy Lynx bleeding health bars, but he keeps himself alive. Ooh! This might be it. There's so many things that could have killed him, but finally will go down, picking it up. It is Rourke on the Karthus ultimate, finally finding the kill. So it took a lot, but they've managed to shut down the Ezreal, and this will nullify this push, at least for now.
Yeah, Sleepy Lynx dashing all around the map, flashes over to Raptors, Arcane shifts back over to stay alive, but Rourke, you can't really dodge that R unless you have something, you know, like Zhonya's or Shaco ultimate. I don't know if you can do it with the Ezreal Arcane Shift as well with the way it procs, but very hard to stop that ultimate to come through. And Strumpist may go down here.
Yeah, in troubles. The Stride Breaker forward. It's such a powerful item. Prosperous Cat should be able to get out of this one. Maddie here on the save. He jumps forward to make sure Prosperous Cat has an escape route, but this might be Infernal Drake now going over to Mercenaries.
It should be, I would hope so, after a big pick like that. Sleepy Lynx with the ultimate coming through. Ooh. Just gonna hit the dragon a little bit, but nothing to stop it. As the dragon is taken here, the first of what could be potentially 4 for Mercenaries, is now Maddie trying to run down. Oh, the death sentence goes wide.
Chains Corruption will stop this push, but will they find the snare? The final chapter from Yuumi once again netting themselves a kill, and it's this poor immobile Varus. Lantern was down. He had no escape options there for himself. Hecarim just so good at chasing down people. We thought Diego could do it too, but Hecarim's the OG. He's got the speed. He's got the Yuumi on top of him. He'll find you no matter what.
And you were talking about that in the pregame as well with Sahori on this Varus. Not a lot of movement on that Varus. You have your ultimate to stop any movement from the other team, but you yourself, unless you have flash up, you're not going anywhere. And with Maddie with the ultimate, Prosperous Cat with the ultimate, it was just dead to rights. As now, even though they gave up the dragon not too long ago, that pick sets themselves up for the Baron, and that is taken for every member of Supernova. Estrampus potentially looking for a kill here.
I'd say that might be in danger here. He was actually going to package 4, but you're in a 1 versus 4. He'll pick up 1. We'll get brought back by the set. Red going to stay alive with the shield. Now the teamfight's going to continue. Maddie's dashing into this one. Yumi's going to jump on, support the horse. He's looking to find some more damage here. Oh, barely going to dodge out of the Varus Q. Should stay alive on this one, but it's Sleepy Lynx dashing forward. Chains of Corruption will come out. More snares coming through. 1 more Q will do it on any of his targets. Yuumi will find another one. Prosperous Cat. You can't keep getting away with it as he will continue the chase forward, and he'll find it dancing out of the range of Rourke's passive. He'll keep himself alive, and Sleepy Lynx has just been putting on a show this series.
I gotta say, one of the things you hate to see is when you hook the Ezreal, because no matter what, you are pulling him towards you. And man, we almost saw a nice kill for Cinnamon Bread, but he is going to go down. That's going to be the ace over to Supernova, as Cozy Shroud now working his way up on the top side here, working on another tower as we see another charge come through from Shelly onto this inhib.
Sleepy Lynx is being so aggressive. Arcane shifting directly into the face of Barrick. Final chapter's not going to land, but you don't really need it. Got the inhib, got what you came for. They're happy to walk away from this one, assuming they can. Barrick wants to find the chase. Unstoppable Onslaught will come back onto the threshold, find the kill. Sleepy Lynx picks up that one. Barrick trying to find some kills here for himself. Requiem will pick up 2, and now it's Barrick on the chase. This is the power of the Viego. He'll jump on forward, shut down, going over to Sahori.
Yep, and you pointed that out as well. Once Viego gets a kill on somebody that has a dash, he is going to continue on with the dash. Cozy Shroud gets chunked out by that Rourke ultimate. Gonna have to back himself. Meanwhile, Strampus just coming back and looking to pick up some gold in the jungle here. No real objectives coming up for at least another 215, as that Infernal will be next up on the board. This game is neck and neck. The main difference we're seeing here is going to be in the towers and the 1 dragon. Kills basically even, but still about a 4.5k gold lead over to Supernova as of now, as they look to try and take this series into a 2-0. But Mercenaries certainly not making it easy for him this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like the proactive looks here for Mercenaries. Barrick kind of going to have to be the saving grace here of this team, as Rourke as well. He's just gotten so far ahead. These Requiems are just chunking them out so hard. If they can get the anti-healing down, Sleepy Lynx will be in trouble just due to the limits of his health pool. But here's potential engagement once again. They got the Yuumi on here, on Strampus here. He's looking forward here. Might be able to find something. Barrick just dies. True shot barrage plus Yuumi plus a shot from Strampus, and he'll drop. That is now a 4 versus 5. Baron has been ticked down, but this is not a great situation to be in if you're Mercenaries.
Rourke just getting deleted. The main downside of playing Karthus, there's a lot of upsides. There is one major downside in that you are just essentially a caster minion with your health. And now because of that pickup, not a whole lot of wave clear. You know, Rourke is a major source of wave clear. And now we are seeing turrets fall in both bot and mid right now.
Yeah, they'll pick up their second inhibitor here. So don't think there's anything that Mercenaries can do once they have lost this extremely fed jungler. Might be able to put up a last stand here at this last inhibitor tower, but they need this fight. You don't want to go down 3 inhibitors. Fresh play not going to land. The disengage is good. True shot barrage not going to find any damage. Sleepy Lynx looking to dish out the poke. I believe they're looking for the disengage here. Most of Supernova looking for the back. Barrick going to get some poke damage in, but it's not going to amount to much. Sleepy Lynx still looking to clear out these waves, still looking to find the poke.
Yeah, but Winion's in the bot side here, forcing Cinnamon Bread to back off. That leaves top tower open now.
Yeah, they're just able to take this one super easily, playing the map, making the plays. This is exactly what to see from Supernova. They're playing cool, calm, and collected, dashing out with the Hecker to make sure no one gets picked off here. But it's an E forward from Sleepy Lynx. He almost finds the thresh, might just have the damage. Dashing forward, it's Maddie on the unstoppable onslaught. Karth is also to follow. Roku goes down there. Will now have the Requiem to follow. Might just have enough damage to pick up one kill here. Will find it. As also the set, Cinnamon Bread picking up one for himself there in that fight. Bleeding health bars here, but there's just nothing left to follow up. It's all up to Cinnamon Bread and Sahori, and they just don't have what it takes. Super Minions now pushing in here. They're looking to pick up an Nexus, the last Nexus tower. So Poke might just be able enough to come through. Sleepy Link's able to dash away from Cinnamon Bread. You just can't close the gap on this Ezreal. You just don't have the engage tools. TP not coming in. They want to close this one out now. Supernova has arrived. Troppist doing the...
Troppist is not moving?
He's just TP to assert dominance.
T-posing on the Nexus.
And here they are. The reconnects will come through. The unpause comes through. They're just looking to close this one out in style. It's Strumpus. Should be able to do the damage here to clean up this game as we have the freeze come through. Again, it's just the pauses doing their thing, as eventually it will be the win going over to Supernova.
Yeah, a little bit anticlimactic at the end there with the bug from the client stopping us from being able to see it. But nonetheless, we all know what happened there. Supernova walking away with that victory there. What was a very closer game too, for sure. Mercenaries definitely held their own, especially through the early to mid game, but it was really in the later mid where Supernova started to come back. It's just mainly, I think, the macro differences that shown on the side of Supernova as they were able to pick up pretty much every neutral objective on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to that, right? If you're able to pick up a kill on the map, it's 300 gold. If you're able to pick up a kill and then actually send the ball that into an objective, that's a massive team difference for you. And that's just the macro setup from Supernova is just so good this game. You were always claiming something off the back of any pick they managed to get. And despite some really good play from the top and jungle of Mercenaries, they just weren't able to pick up the rest of the slack. And ultimately, it was Mercenaries just coming up a little bit short here in this series.
Yeah, and like I was talking about in the game, I think Mercenaries came out very well ahead in the top side. I think they prioritized just getting kills up in the top side too much, though. I think once you put a person back in their lane, you should start moving around to the rest of the map. Mid bot side is really where they won through. I mean, Strumpus putting out so much damage there, and you know, Ezreal and Yuumi just unstoppable, essentially. The amount of damage that we saw come out was incredible just from the bot side alone in both of these games. And, you know, I'm hard pressed not to give, you know, an ADC an MVP kind of title, even though it's, you know, ADC's an MVP, you know, what else is new? But still a really, really well played game for both of these teams in this set.
Yeah, I mean, there is still a chance Mercenaries, again, this is going to be Swiss bracket, so we're just starting, this is the first game in the qualifier. They still have the chance to go up against another one of those teams that managed to drop their first game, play through the rest of the bracket. They still have a chance to qualify, but they got a tougher road ahead of them for sure than Supernova does right now.
Right, yeah, for sure. Supernova kind of clinching themselves on here, and as they show that they're a pretty dominant team, definitely not to be messed with as we finish out that game too. So not sure who we're going to be taking a look at next, but I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, we've been hopping into a short break here as we might be waiting on other series to end, might be waiting on maybe Supernova to get back into their next match, but we're looking for assignments. We'll be hopping into more games here on the AOE Esports channel. Give them a shout out for hosting these matches. We can stream all the action here in the amateur scene. We thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 The follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are follow. We have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last day. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 2 of the RCL 2021 Summer Open Qualifier. I'm Kamui Sulpan, joined once again on the virtual desk by Fury, and together we'll be breaking down the action of Dare Black versus Mercenaries. One of these teams we've already been following ended up dropping their first game here up against their opponent, and Dare Black coming in off the back of a win. So already we got the draft here, and we will jump into that to break it down. Fury, what do you got?
Yeah, well, Mercenaries, they're going for the Ezreal Karma in the bot lane, which I already do like here, as the Lee Sin is now getting hovered. Potentially could be going into the top or mid. Could even be thrown into the jungle with how well of a flex pick he is now. But we do have Xin Zhao and Nocturne picked up now. Expecting Xin in the jungle with a Nocturne top. I could be wrong on that, but that's where I imagine he'd be going. I don't see Xin Zhao going into side lanes just yet.
Yeah, not quite that powerful, but is a really good early game jungler. Ziggs is something we've actually been seeing a lot of lately, really utilizing the tower pushing abilities. So kind of looking at a siege and dive comp here from Dare Black. Interestingly though, usually want to see Ziggs with another poke champion. So maybe they might go for something like a Thresh Ferris here to follow up into that. Normally Ezreal very good in a comp like this, but obviously that's off the board because Mercenaries would pick that one up.
Right, for sure. I was going to say, I imagine Mercenaries would want to pick up that Thresh for sure. Going into the bans now, Dare Black going to be banning out that Lilia. A lot of bans focused on the top end jungle here with the Wukong, Viego, Gwen, Lilia. Merc going to ban out the Lulu here. At least that is what's hovered now. And the final two bans coming out here, Dare Black. Let's see what they take on if they continue their trend of banning out the top jungle or what it is they go for here.
And really, this might just be Dare Black doing their homework. The top side from Mercenaries was just insane in the last two games. They almost were able to carry the entire bottom half of the map just through applying constant pressure through top lane, really looking to snowball the Viego and the Gwen. Barrick doing a great job on both those champions in the matchup where he was Viego and in the matchup where he was on Gwen. So not surprised to see both those champions banned out here for him, and even getting rid of the Rumble and the Lilia. So really trying to neutralize the top side of the map here. I like the game plan from Dare Black. We'll just to see if it pays off.
Yeah, so far they're kind of just going for this all-in kind of pick where it seems like Nocturne's going to be trying to just kind of jump on him from far away while Ziggs lays down an ultimate maybe. Not quite sure where the cohesiveness is coming together just yet. We'll see what happens when they pick their fifth pick, but I do like Mercenaries pick so far here. Ezreal Karma with Lee Sin, very clear and concise kind of how you want to play that fight. You know, Ezreal just getting damage off while Karma empowers him. Lee Sin wants to jump in and kick. Akali getting hovered now. And that's a big pickup if they choose to go with that.
Yeah, this is actually something that was banned against Mercenaries the last two games as well. They did not want to see the Akali on the map at all. So awesome to see them getting this pick up for themselves here in this game. Have to see what the fan favorite in Cinnamon Bread can do here on that mid lane pick. Assume mid lane pick.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's going to be a mid lane pick. I don't see that going anywhere else just yet. Volibear going to be getting picked up here as well. So I think we have an idea of where it's going to be going. I think this is Lee Sin, Volibear, Akali as Karma. Obviously, Lee Sin and Akali can be flip-flopped, as can Lee Sin and Volibear if you really want to go that route as well. But I believe my initial analysis is correct, as Dare Black look to pick up what I believe is going to be they're just their ADC here.
I mean, they could try and pick up a mid laner to build and kind of flesh out this team comp around and rotate that Ziggs to bot.
Right, APC Ziggs.
Is going to be the Karthus?
Karthus APC? Or is it Ziggs APC?
It's going to be a tough call. I want to say Ziggs has a better time with... last pick was actually Kled. So this isn't a Karthus pick. This is going to be a Kled.
Okay. Either way.
Yeah.
Still a very strange pick.
Yeah, so I think this will be then Xin Zhao jungle, Kled top with Nocturne mid.
Nocturne mid with Ziggs Nautilus bot.
I mean, there are people who like to flex the Kled in the mid. I'm not sure exactly what Dare Black like to do with that champion, but they very much have this poke you out and then just dive on in, and they're really going to be threatening sieges with the Ziggs and the constant poke they can put out. And then also on top of that, just so many threatening engagement tools with the Nautilus dredge line coming in. Kled as well, just speed this team right on top of you. They've got a lot of options here to really get on top of the Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Nocturne ult. You know, the Nocturne ult, I think, is the big one. I'm going to ult in, at least force an arcane shift from Ezreal. The problem is, if he goes too deep and Ezreal gets in with his team and Nocturne has no follow, he will probably just be going down extraordinarily quickly, especially to this Akali, who's looking to do a great deal of damage when it comes to those fights.
Oh yeah,
but we're going to get right into the normal draft here.
As I mentioned, Akali just so good at just being an annoying presence within the fight itself. Throws down the Shroud, there's just not much you can really do. You've seen her be such a strong pick in pro play in both Europe and North America already. So I'm really curious to see what she'll do in these heavy skirmish amateur fights as well.
Yeah, Akali definitely incredibly most balanced champ in the game. Being able to throw on that Shroud and suddenly become untargetable, take no damage, and just dance in and out. Even if it looks like she's about to get picked off, it's just not going to happen because she shrouds and flips away. So Barrack going to be the first one to grab that up there. So potentially Akali going top with a Nocturne mid, or this could be whatchamacallit? Yeah, there it is. The Lee Sin mid with the Nocturne mid. Yeah, that's what's going to be happening here, I imagine. And then we're going to see the Ziggs APC.
Yeah, so this is actually something that we kind of expect from Cinnamon. He loves these kind of more aggressive melee champions in mid, and him and Barrack are so good at flexing champions back and forth between each other, but this isn't entirely unexpected from this team composition.
No, definitely not. This is not something that's really throwing anything for a loop. I think mainly the confusion was more on the other side there, trying to figure out where Kled was going, where Nocturne was going, and then the Ziggs. I do kind of like seeing Ziggs picked up as an APC. I haven't seen ADCs take AP in the bot lane for quite some time. Once that meta kind of fell off, you haven't really seen that get touched, except for when when Karthus kind of came into it and was an ADC for a little while. But other than that, haven't seen it touch too much. We'll see how Perfective does into this Ezreal Karma. I imagine it'd be a little bit hard for him. He's going to get a lot of decent poke out, but at the same time, Karma poke and Ezreal poke, I think, outshines that by a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they really only have the Ziggs here for poke on this team. So Ezreal Karma definitely need to do a much better job at that. And then as well, I mean, on every single poke composition, the one thing you want is someone to go in and finish off that target. Akali is so good at that. Lee Sin, also great at that. Volibear can just R forward with the unstoppable Stormbringer, also get in the middle of that fight, stun up the target, and let you lock them down. So they have options to poke out and then lock down these targets. On the other side, if you do get poked out, you have so much die from the side of Dare Black here that you're also at risk of that exact same thing happening to you.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think as well, there are only, I guess if you're counting Karma, there are only 3 ranged champions in this game. Akali, Volibear, Lee Sin, Kled, Xin, Nocturne, and Nautilus. You've got 7 melee champs in this game. If a fight opens up, it is going to be just an all-out brawl because nobody's going to be able to, just poke from range except for Ezreal and Ziggs. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are just going to be going at each other's throats.
I'd also like to say that Ezreal into Xin Zhao Kled probably doesn't feel too great. You'll have you have one person that just says, no, you can't hurt me anymore, and the other one that will just get on top of you basically no matter what. And then those Qs that you want to use to chunk people out, he has a way of nullifying that with the mount on the Kled, right? So Ezreal, I think, isn't necessarily great into this composition, but it's something that you probably need here when you're facing down so much poke here from the Ziggs.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see exactly what happens when we keep talking about it, as we can talk exactly about how we think the game is going to go, but it always comes down to the execution. We'll see if Mercenaries are able to pull out a win after their loss versus Supernova in their first couple of games. But we'll head into game 1 here shortly. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back here after just a couple of minutes.
All right, we're getting right on into it. Mercenaries on the blue side with the poke and dive comp, and Dare on the red side with also the poke and the dive comp. We'll have to see who manages to execute better on a very similar style with very different characters as they hop onto the level 1 shenanigans. It is Dare Black this time, going for something here down in this bot lane tri-bush, as Mercenaries kind of pulling off these invades earlier on. Sari might be in trouble here. Not gonna find the hook
for that dredge line. Not quite. Sahori walks right back away from that. However, we are going to see a nice little bit of vision get taken away on the bot side from Dare Black. Now, as a little footnote here, just looking at both teams. Now, obviously, both teams kind of in the quote-unquote losers bracket. Mercenaries ended up 0-2 versus Supernova. Dare Black actually got a game off over onto Wildcard, so they ended up losing 2-1. So I think they come in with a little bit of an upper hand, having won a game tonight versus a very formidable team in Wildcard. So Dare Black looks to have a little bit of a headway coming through into this, but Mercenaries definitely want to come back and show what they have, and they kind of have something to prove coming into this game, I think.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us and you weren't here for the last match, keep an eye on this Mercenaries top side. Barrick and Rook did an insanely good job getting each other snowballing and ahead in the last games. Despite the losses against the GG Supernova, they did a great job just always finding solo kills, always looking proactively. So I'm really looking towards this top side once again in this game to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Barrick in the game that we saw him kind of pop off, it was the Viego versus Gwen, where I felt like Rourke and Barrick spent a little bit too much time top. However, this game, get Barrick as far ahead as possible. You know, the Akali is only going to be good for the entirety of the game. It's not like Viego where he's super squishy, can easily kind of get caught out. Barrick on the Akali is going to be dancing around the map. It's going to be very hard to catch him out.
Good poke here towards John on the Nautilus. Power of the Karma Ezreal lane, right? We talked about on Champs Alike, just so good at just whittling you down little by little, and they are absolutely dominating this level 1 so far. You can get damage here underneath the tower.
Yep, getting quite a bit of poke off here, and you know, Jean-Francois about 2/3 health after a couple of Ezreal Qs there, doing quite a bit of damage in the mid lane here. We're seeing a lot of skirmishing as well between Cinnamon Bread as well as Koskinen. But I really think Cinnamon Bread has a little bit of an upper hand here. You know, this Lee Sin going to do very well into a squishy Nocturne in Koskinen. But once he hits that W, if he's able to get the fear off, he's going to be able to turn that fight around really quickly.
Yeah, it's really funny seeing this mid lane matchup as what I consider to be two traditional junglers.
Right.
Something that I was always familiar with was whenever you were playing Nocturne, you always kind of kept in mind, you have the spell shield, you have to block the Q. If you block the Lee Sin Q, you win the trade. Or you probably won't die in the jungle. But right here, so far, it looks like Kuskin doing a great job here in this mid lane. Smacking around Cinnamon Bread for now. Perfective taking some more damage here. Oh, look at the poke coming through from Sahorio.
Oh.
Arcade shift forward, flashes forward, but no, you get snared underneath tower. John Francis will drop the anchor on him and stop him from going any further, but there's a skirmish in the jungle. Joggers chasing Rook here. Should be forced out. His bot lane can rotate quicker. Walk away from this one. No one dead, but flash heal burned here for Sahori.
Sahori just barely missing that Q onto Perfected there, which would have finished him off, but didn't quite happen. Perfective barely gets away with literally one auto attack's worth of health left. Jean-Francois doing a very nice job of stopping Sahori and Sweaty Toast from getting any farther into the backline. A nice stun under the tower, which almost kills Sahori, but at least forces both of the sums. And now the rest of Dare Black moving up into the top side here, trying to contest the scuttle as Barrick is shoving in to Maybet.
Yeah, I think Rook actually missed out on Scuttle. Also didn't opt for the full clear, so he's a little bit behind the Xin Zhao here. Doesn't even have the level 4 just yet. Should have done that right after this Gromp in theory. But I think overall, Dare Black taking an early, very slight advantage here.
Yeah, I would agree. Even if it's 200 gold, I think in the lane setup right now.
Cinnamon Bread
Cinnamon
forced
Bread.
a flash. Barrick in the top lane. Meanwhile, up here with Rook once again. Combo in here on the Mabud. Shroud will go down. It's Joggers now in the middle of the Shroud. Not exactly going to be against the colors. Mabud trying to get the mount back. Might just have it. Gets the Ignite down, but it's not going to be enough. Everyone walking away. Ignite burned, but no summoners otherwise dropped here on the top side.
No summoners dropped. No kills gone over just yet. Only a slight gold lead still inside of Dare Black. And just as you were saying, I do think that they have a pretty nice lead for themselves right now. Small CS lead around the map. The only difference is in the bot side. However, Ziggs versus Ezreal and only being 3 CS off is no, real feat to scoff at. But Mabud 5 in the top. You've got 2 camps. Joggers is up in the jungle right now over Rourke, and that is really where the lead is going to start to snowball, is in this jungle, especially if Joggers is able to get off a couple of solid ganks here within the next couple of minutes before Rourke hits level 6 and starts looking for those tower dives.
Yeah, I mean, this bot lane, I was just about to say, is the perfect subject for that. You've already seen they have the capabilities to poke out this Nautilus and Ziggs down here. Really looking to see Rourke kind of rotate towards this bot side once they get that wave shoved in and make the dive happen. Unmounted top lane though.
Here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mabud got dismounted, and this is Barrett coming really close to getting that Akali ultimate. Looking for the execution possibly on that one, so got to be careful up there. The perfect execution, so good at chasing down targets, and he will end up just taking the reset. Probably the better call here.
Yeah, we thought the same thing at the same time.
Engagement here onto Kunskin. Kunskin getting dropped super low. We'll drop the fear, forcing out the flash. Cinnamon Bread not going to follow up onto this one. They had the numbers, but the flash was just good enough to get him away from that engagement, so he'll survive. But John Francis now the target, gonna force to dredge line in. Teleport now coming through. Might just back off and respect this one, forcing out the cooldown. They'll be happy to take this one, but they want more. Korkin dropping the paranoia, going in onto the jungle. Will eventually drop. That is not the target you wanted. They'll get one back here onto Sweaty Toast as he will also fall. Teleport, allowing them to secure 1 kill here on the bot lane trade.
Yeah, I think you take that trade. However, never mind. Dare Black gonna actually go for this dragon. I was gonna say, you trade the support for the mid lane, but they're gonna go straight for the dragon here and go ahead and take that for themselves. So Dare Black definitely coming out ahead there, even with the first blood gold going over to mercenaries. They easily take that dragon there. They're gonna walk away with that very nicely for them. They're actually get the prio in the bot lane and the mid lane as well. Force Cinnamon Bread to try and, rush farm in the mid lane here. Can't really hold that. Barrett, however, in the top lane. Buskin going up top lane to try to deal with him.
He
and might just
back
do it.
in, but I don't think he wanted that at all. Has to now use the perfect execution to dash away from this engagement. Barrick, unfortunately, burning that cooldown. And honestly, teleporting top, he didn't even get any plates off the back. Oh, no!
Oh my God, Barrick!
Koskinen finds him off the back of a greedy back and recall. That'll be Barrick falling in the top lane, dropping here to Kaniskin in the top lane. Not what you wanted off the back of that teleport play.
Definitely not. No, a very greedy back for sure. Not just walking the extra few feet to not die there. A very nice pick by Koskinen going top side, finding a very nice fight off of Barrick, and then eventually finding the kill. Now we see Jean-Francois in the mid lane, trying to snatch up Cinnamon with that dredge line, just barely misses, as Mabud's doing a decent job in the mid lane now versus Cinnamon Bread. It looks like we have seen a full-on lane swap between Mabud and Koskinen, unless they are going to reset. But for now, it seems like they are going to stick with that swap.
Yeah, I mean, it all came off the back of that teleport top lane from Koskinen. He had to go up there to catch that wave and prevent Akali from grabbing plates, and I now looks like Kled will start rotating up towards that top side. So they want the original lane assignments. They like the positions they're playing. They'll eventually reset and get back towards that classic style where your mid laner isn't top lane and your top laner isn't mid lane.
And I'm kind of surprised about that, honestly. I think Mabud would have done decently in the mid lane versus Cinnamon Bread, and I think Koskinen for sure does well against Barrick, as we just saw from the top lane not too long ago. So keeping that lane swap would not have been a bad move, as Mabud has been having some problems against Barrick in the 1v1. And then in the mid lane as well, Cinnamon Bread for sure trying to overcome some obstacles.
So that'd be either setting up the dive or going for Rift Herald here. They got the options. Have, I think, even spotted out Rourke here in the jungle on that. Oh, no, that's actually their friendly pick word. So I think they're just looking to get some invade here. Rourke actually being pretty sneaky here in this bush. Not sure if that tagged him up. They would have given them vision. Okay, so they did spot him out there. They know he's top side. They know this top side jungle is also cleared out. So they're just going to back off here, probably go for Rift Herald. No, it's actually going to be a reset. So no objectives gained. Just got some vision down and some
TP going to the bot lane for Cinnamon Bread.
And here it comes, Sweaty Toast already on the engagement. We'll find the snare to Francis. Oh, Cinnamon Bread on the Sonic Wave finds everything. And the ward hop to follow. Picks up everyone with that Tempest. Double kill off the back of a TP play from Cinnamon Bread.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to say Cinnamon Bread pretty lucky that did not kill Jean-Francois when that Q landed, was able to actually take it over the wall, get the ward hop, like you said, right into Perfective, and manage to finish off the kill. Now Sahori and Sweaty Toast going to push this in. Jogger's going to be forced to try to contest and stave off the wave just a little bit, but we're still going to see, a nice initiation there by Joggers.
Yeah, nearly get out of that one. Mabud in top lane, still training out with Barrick. I still am surprised. Barrick's seen the better of these trades so far. Dropping the Shroud will find the dismount. Mabud now in a little bit of danger here. Perfect execution is back up. He will find it. Now wants to dash in, but the paranoia has come. Koskinen in the top lane, bullying out Barrick. Will stop the solo kill dream and take him out. Good roam up from Derby.
Yeah, Koskinen doing an excellent job of moving top lane and stopping Barrick whenever he gets ahead of himself. Finding 2 kills onto him. On a lane that he doesn't even need to be in, just going up there and just helping out his team, helping out Mabud when he needs it the most, helping out his bud, if you will. Being able to go up there, find 2 kills for himself, so 3-3 with 2 on Koskinen. And if you are mercenaries right now, that's going to be a little bit scary, because Nocturne getting ahead when you have a very squishy comp is not going to be fun for you.
Yeah, of course, Ezreal might end up transitioning towards those tank items later in the game, but you don't get those until your 3rd or 4th item. So he won't have those tanky stats until much later in the game. Koskinen, in the meantime, only has really to worry about these Karma Shields stopping him from blowing up this AD carry.
Exactly, but even on the opposite end of that, Jean-Francois has the ultimate to keep Sahori in place even through the shielding. Then you've got Mabud with an ultimate to follow up through it, so even when the shield comes through, there's not enough cooldowns in the world to keep Sahori alive if Koskinen really wants him. They're going to chase him down. They will be able to find him later on in the game. But that's a big thing, is Sahori needs to go down at some point, because if we are just letting Ezreal go unchecked for this entire game, he's going to scale. We've seen it tonight already, where Ezreal will just scale and do a massive amount of damage to your team if he is just left unfettered.
Yeah, the Divine Sunder, just such a good item. Ezreal making the most of that with those Q procs off the back of that Sheen. Sweaty Toast will, Sahori would definitely gonna be happy to build that one out with the Karma to protect him as well. Just gonna excel in this bot lane if they can continue to stay safe, but they've got things to worry about. Paranoia, we saw the realm towards top lane. Unless they keep getting the jungle support bot. Oh, but that's actually engagement here. Jogger's gonna be in trouble here as getting tagged up by this Rift Herald, forced to use the Crescent Strike to try and get some tanking stats for himself, as Rourke just dashes into the pit with the Thunderbreaker will shut him down.
Oh, no.
Now they fight like a G, but the fight is, they're on the wrong sides. Rourke in the middle of this one, able to get some damage down as Barrick finding the Qs here on the Mabud, but should be able to chase him over this wall with the Shuriken, but he actually misses it. And that is an Akali rework coming in clutch here for Mabud. Barrick not able to dash over that wall unless he lands that Shuriken. So he'll be walking out of this one, happy to stay alive, saved by the patch notes.
Yeah, very weird fight that came out there. Rourke flashing over the wall at the same time Cinnamon Bread decides to go back in. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication, or maybe that's exactly what they wanted. But regardless, it ends up being, I think, a significant win for Dare Black. They do manage to, nobody gets the Rift Herald. They get a couple plates in the mid lane. They're able to find a kill for themselves and move on from that. And they're still behind in gold, about 300, but Joggers...
Yeah, so Hori's in danger here. Nocturne also roaming down, so he needs to get away from this one and fast, but I don't think he has the option to. Mega Inferno Bomb will not connect. She'll stay alive for now. Flash Dredgeline will actually miss. Sahori getting away from this one. Sweaty Toast looking to get some poke damage back down onto this team, but Sahori ultimately dodging out everything you need to now. Barrick on the TP looking to continue this fight. Has no ultimate available, but still has the damage. Shuriken will land. Dashing on in will pick up the support there. Nautilus will fall. John Francis will go down, but it is 1-0 off the back of a TP play. And really what we're looking at now is, can Mercenaries capitalize off this?
Yeah, so Hori right there showing shades of Sleepy Lynx from the first couple of games with that fancy footwork. Coming out very nicely for themselves, getting a couple kills off that. 6-4 now with about a 700, 800 gold lead. They're also working on this Rift Herald. Now, my question is, where are they going to drop that Rift Herald? No turrets taken on the map just yet. Obviously, plates are down. So if you're dropping this Rift Herald, you're at least hoping to set it up for an objective, which the next Ocean isn't until 2.5 minutes, or at least try to take a full-on turret, as Koskinen going to finish off the first tower in the bot lane here.
Yeah, gonna be very happy to pick up that tower first blood solo for himself on the Nocturne. You mentioned he's getting ahead of it. Sahori wants to chase this one out. He should have the movement speed off the back of these Qs. Is able to just walk away from Sahori, so nothing to come from that one. But he gets at the tower. Solo gold going over to the Nocturne. He's gonna be getting pretty chunky here with these items. Already got the Stride Breaker.
Yeah, Stride Breaker finish for himself. We see Cinnamon Bread finishing off a couple items for himself as well. Has that Bramble Vest, has the plated steel caps. But Koskinen looking to absolutely demolish people, as he does have that Executioner's Calling as well to help with the healing from Sweaty Toast as well as Rourke. So he's looking to become an absolute bomb for himself with the help of Ziggs on top of it. Dare Black shaping up to really do well in this game. I mean, even if they are down for the moment, it's still only about a 200 gold lead for Mercenaries. Very back and forth so far. And I really do think that Dare Black have the chance to pull themselves into this game, especially with the fact that they have 4 mid here. Mabud has a nice flank right now with the ultimate.
Joggers might want this one. They're trying to get the Rift Herald down on this tower, but there's a lot of wave clear here from Perfective, and now the fight will begin. Joggers dashing on in, but he's targeting the Bully Bear. Might get able to get the damage. Swarmier will not get him over the wall, and there's just something being traded back as you'll missing the Qs on the backside as a Paranoia will dash on forward. Mabud and Koskin rolling through the fight. Barrick finally finds the damage back. Will pick up 2 with the perfect execution. Mabud on the backside getting super low. Will eventually get taken out. Sahori picking up that one, picking up the second. Might look for the arcane shift forward here. That's just Perfective underneath the tower. True Shot Barrage will go wide, and this will be a tower maybe falling, but it is bleeding health bars here for Merc. Just might have the autos pick this one up. Barrick getting knocked on in. Doesn't want the fight. He wants it. He's dashing forward with the Shuriken. Will find the kill.
Man.
It was so close, but will get shut down. Sahori and Sweaty Toast, last 2 members alive, should be able to find the mid tower, but they got to reset quick. Ocean Drake is spawning.
I can't say that was worth it if I'm Barrick there just trying to find that kill, because not only does it delay your respawn for the dragon that's going to be up before you're alive, but the fact that now you just gave Perfective a shutdown of about a 400 gold shutdown on you. That's 700 gold off of that kill that's going into the hands of Ziggs. I mean, you find the kill, sure, you find the ace, sure, but given that much gold over at this point in time, kind of unnecessary, I'd say. Now we're seeing Dare Black have the priority over this dragon. They'll probably be able to finish it before any member of Mercenaries even gets there to contest.
Yeah, they did send Cinnamon Bread here to top lane with the teleport. Maybe looking for the TP play, but ultimately it is just Dare Black getting to this dragon way too quickly. They'll secure this second dragon of the game, will be Ocean Soul, so building towards that one will be massive for themselves, especially against the poke here from the Ezreal.
Sorry, I was just taking a look at something there real quick. Right now, Ezreal, yeah, like Ezreal's poke is dominating right now. 2-0-5 still over for Mercenaries on this Ezreal. 165 CS, the most in the game, followed shortly behind Perfected, who's just following in his tails, has 324 stacks on that tier, 273 on Ezreal.
Flashing
going
forward,
in.
it's work, looking for the stun, will find the kill. Bread picks that one up, but he will fall in trade. Paranoia on the teleport, dashing onto his Konosuke, and now Mobbot has joined the fight. Movement speed will chase them all down. Kosuke still wants to find the fear, but will not land it. Sahori last alive here as he gets tagged up by the full squad of Dare Black, and they'll find the shutdown on Ezreal.
Yeah, a massive fight for Dare Black. I think they come out very much on top there with that shutdown onto Sahori. Cinnamon Bread obviously finding a kill onto Perfective there, but the other members of Dare Black were able to follow very quickly. Koskin with a very nice TP with the Paranoia, and then Mabud with an excellent flash ultimate onto Sahori there into the back line to be able to pick him off. So that was definitely in favor of Dare Black, only down about 200, which is basically the story of this game, is just a 200, 300 gold lead for either side, as we are 12-10 in terms of kills. About
Barrick
to
might
be
be in
2-2
danger.
for towers.
Yeah, Barrick might not be able to escape from this one. We do have Mabud coming in from the side. We'll throw out the Bear Trip on our up, and it will connect. So Barrick definitely in danger here. Will get the Shroud down, but there are 3 people looking to surround you. Wants to try and find the assassination here on the Perfective. Not going to land the Shuriken, though, and he'll just get picked up. Joggers in mid-air, throwing out the 3 Talon Strike to pick him up.
A very nice pick up.
Oh, John Francis getting a little bit of danger here. Got a little bit too frisky on the engagement. True Shot Barrage will not pick up the kill, but forced to flash. Cinnamon Bread burning the Dragon's Rage, but that's a relatively short cooldown for a flash.
Yeah, I was going to say, you definitely trade the 2-minute cooldown for the 5-minute cooldown in that situation. Jean-Francois down a pretty big summoner spell, being the Nautilus. You know, you like using that flash dredge line, or even just the flash ultimate to try to pick somebody off there. But now they are going to shove into the mid lane here. Obviously, they have Perfective wanting to use that Satchel Charge to try to finish off this tower if it gets just a little bit lower. But with the wave clear right now from Sahori and Sweaty Toast, it's a pretty hard feat to conquer, especially with the waves that are crashing in at the moment.
Far away dream indeed. Also liked that on the side there, Dare Black was trying to set up for a dive with the Nocturne and the Kled just hiding in a bush. Didn't get spotted out, but I like the look. You always want to be rotating the Ziggs around, getting the poke damage down, and then when you see the opportunity, going for that dive. They're setting plays up, and I like to see it.
For sure, they're playing the comp exactly how they need it to be, essentially, is what's happening. You know, they have this dive comp, they have Nocturne, they have Kled. You want to go for those dives, and once you're able to execute that correctly and well, that just plays out perfectly for your team. That is what your setup for success is in this game, because if you're not doing that, then you're basically just letting people like Sahori, Barrack, Cinnamon Bread farm for free, uncontested, and without any care or, you know, any kind of need to feel threatened if you're not constantly going for those dives.
See a lot of pings towards his bottom side, so just looks like they were trying to get some vision down. Maybe a little worried that the dive was coming out towards him, but Koniskin gonna be okay for now on the Nocturne. No one wants to take him out just yet, but going for this peak ward may have been a little bit greedy. They're getting the speed ups. They're looking to dash on in here. They got the snare, forcing out the flash. Barrick landed the Sonic Wave. We'll find it again. Perfect execution from Barrick. Will finish it off. And there'll be another kill going over to Mercenaries. But again, where are the waves? They don't have anything pushed up here. I'm just not sure if they can get anything off the back of that kill.
Yeah, Mabud's shoving in top right now, looking to grab that turret. You're going to have to get the TP coming from Barrick in top side to try to stop it. It forces Mabud to back. He has a TP as well. So Barrick has no TP to get to the bot side for this dragon that's up in 40 seconds. I'm hoping he clears out this wave and moves back to bot side, or just runs there now if he's not trying to shove out a turret. I'm hoping he goes for this back here to try to contest it with the 5-on-5. Mabud, however, can continue to shove in top as he does have the TP available. He can continue to farm, put pressure on that tower, and then if Mercenaries go for this dragon, he can potentially finish off the tower and then TP right down to the dragon to go for a fight. And that's what I imagine we're going to see here.
Dare Black versus the punch here, managing to get the vision down, sweeping everything else out. They're in the river, they got the positioning, and just looking to set up the fight now. Dredgeline will probably mark the beginning of this one. John Francis getting spotted out, so nothing sneaky to be had just yet, but it's Mabud and Kuniskin on the side as well. Could just charge in at any moment if they extend too far. Mercenaries need to be careful. So they looking to shove out mid lane and then rotate back to Dragon. They got the prio. forcing them back towards that wave. Now could start this one up, but there is vision here for Dare B. Sahori throwing out some poke, managing to get a few Qs off, but just ultimately not too much damage here onto the front line. Joggers is fairly tanky now, just dashing in onto Cinnamon Bread. Not sure this is a target he wants, but the Dredge line will connect. Paranoia has been procced, and he's trying to hide in a bush. He'll manage to escape for now. It's Sahori on the backline. Keep an eye on him. He needs to do to the damage right now, as no one is falling just yet. Rourke managing to pick one up on the backside of the spike, but Joggers has popped the Crescent Strike, and Sahori just can't do anything to the Zinzao. Now trying to kite back from this one. It's just the bot lane versus the world here. Konosuke dashing, flashing forward. Sahori will fall. Not yet. So managing to escape for now, but Sweaty Toast getting chased down by his own two members. He's got his own things to deal with. Joggers will find the kill. Perfect picking up that one. Sahori might actually outplay Mamba. They left him to his own devices, and that was a mistake. Now throwing out the true shot barrage. Not going to find any damage or the steal, but he's got the life steal onto the neutral camp here to find some damage back. But Perfective, what are you doing? You just walk straight into melee range of this Ezreal. He likes his skill shots better than you. You'll find the damage. Not going to find the kill, but Perfective almost losing his life there as he walked right up to Sahori.
Man, Sahori was dead to rights on maybe, what, 10 health, 20 health? Able to somehow turn it around. I believe he flashed and then E'd over the wall away from Perfective, as well as Mabud. And Mabud just getting popped there. Taken out by Sahori. Sahori almost finding a double kill on Perfective in the mid lane, who threw that minefield just over his head. Sahori getting out just scot-free now, 3-1-7 with the Divine Thunderer and the Mana Moon. And it looks like you are correct, going for a little bit of a tankiness as that Glacial Shroud is finished now.
Yeah, probably looking towards a Frozen Heart here would be my guess.
Yeah.
Usually what we see Ezreal's build with that item just for the ability haste plus the extra mana. So some little bit more damage on the Murra mana, and also gives you what you need to survive. You got 380 dive targets that are all looking to hunt you down, and this will be a great device to slow them down. Shields as well, stacking up with those resistances just gonna be so strong to slow down the dive.
Yeah, and you got to think after that last team fight, like Sahori's really kind of the last leg on this table. I think just because Mercenaries fell so hard in that last fight, Dare Black really taking command over that team fight, and Sahori really the only thing that came out positive on that, not dying, not giving over the ace, and managing to find a kill, almost two.
Oh, Rourke, you just blast killed in the wrong direction. Dredge line will connect. He tries to Stormbringer out, actually manages to get out of the way of the depth charge, survives it because of the unstoppable, just barely. No pun intended, as Rourke manages to make his escape.
Yeah, Rourke, you can't do that. You're taking blast cones in blind. That's the last thing you want to do. Ends up almost falling, and in any other kind of situation, that probably would have been Baron going over to Dare Black off of a very quick pick and a little bit of a misplay by Rourke, but Blue going to be going over to Perfective here. Meanwhile, Jean-Francois clearing out mid lane here as Rourke shows back up as well.
So
kind
resetting
of a split
here,
fight.
Believe everyone should be a-okay to look into this next team fight. You know, of course, Baron's next on the map, but really it just might be Dare Black happy to stall out, happy to try and siege down some towers while they wait for this Ocean Soul to spawn, and then they can make Mercenaries make a decision where you can either contest us at this Baron, or you can go for Dragon and try and prevent the Soul for a little bit longer, but really just forcing them into a decision, and then really I think also just looking for the fight. I think right now Dare B is feeling very confident in their team fight, and I'm going to just continue to beef it and brawl it out in these 5v5s.
And they should feel very confident in their team fight because they have scaled increasingly well. Rourke has Divine Sunder and Spirit Visage, but is incredibly weak because of all the AD. I mean, you're building Spirit Visage when you've got Mabud, you've got Joggers, you've got Koskinen are the main carries in this game. Magic Resist isn't doing much for you in that scenario. You are still getting popped very quickly in a lot of these fights. And so their main tankiness, their main source of that is not doing a whole lot in these team fights. You know, Barrick getting a lot of damage down as much as he can, but the CC is just too much. Jean-Francois, Mabud, Joggers gets onto him with the CC, and Barrick is dead. Sahori, usually the last one alive, as we saw in the last team fight, being able to kite around, get damage onto the backline, but how much can you really give as Ezreal before someone eventually jumps on you? You can only arcane shift once every, what, 10 or so seconds. They don't have much to give in the way of dashing around and trying to stay alive, unless you have Sweaty Toe still alive, who should be realistically sitting on you the entire time.
I just want to add, I'm not sure if I agree with Rourke's build in this game. I feel like if you had gone something like the Frozen Gauntlet, you could have just been constantly slowing people down that were trying to get to your backline. Could have also been slowing people down once you managed to find a pick. I just think that this Divine Thunder build, yes, it's a very good item, isn't necessarily what you want on the Volibear here in this match specifically.
Right, yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to on the picks without outright saying it, but I do feel like Frostfire could have been a better pickup here. I just think, in general, Armor would have been the better pickup, even if it was a Bramble Vest, you know? I mean, just straight up rushing Spirit Mission second. You know, if somebody has any insight on that, I'm absolutely welcome to take that all in. But I don't
Paranoid
think
being popped. They want the fight. Barrick's nowhere to be found, so they're taking this 4 versus 5. Megan front of Bum will do so much damage as they're now looking to get the damage down. Burke going super low. He'll fall. Jargar's picking up that one. They're continuing the chase. Sahori in danger. Shield's going down, but it's not going to be enough. Mabud chasing forward, and Zinzao lands the W, and he'll just continue the chase. Now flashing and dashing forward. He wants to find the Karma. The perfect execution almost takes out Perfective on the side, but he will eventually fall. Now Jean-Francis ignited will fall as well. It's a double kill going over to Barrick, but he's just too little too late to this fight. 3 alive on the side of Derby, and they're going to pick up Baron and this dragon.
Yeah, man, Cinnamon Bread saved Koskinen's life. He kicked him out of the team fight, but he kept him down. It's about 5 to 10 health. Koskinen was able to not only back, but TP back into that fight and able to help secure the rest of those kills. And now, like you said, they're going after the dragon. They've claimed the soul. They're going after the Baron. They're looking to put a close on this game once and for all, moving into the 30-minute mark here. They should be up about 5k gold after this Baron take. If they take it quick enough here, it's a little bit of a slow take, as the rest of Mercenaries are finally making their way over. The TP actually coming down. A couple of them, actually. Here comes Rourke.
Oh, the Paranoia coming through.
My God.
Rourke gets stolen. Rourke finds it. Megan for a bum won't find too much damage as the kick comes out. They want to pick off Joggers here, but can they get it? Remounted now. It's Mabud trying to get away from this fight. Rourke on the chase. Finds the slow. Finds the dismount. They might be able to find him as well. Perfect execution comes through. They'll find the kill. Shut down to Rourke. And a Baron steal. And he comes up massive in this fight.
Not only a Baron steal, but a steal for all 5 members of Mercenaries. And just like that, the game has been flipped on its head. Death timers about 40 or so seconds as Mercenaries make their way through the mid lane here. We're going to see them move it up towards top as well, with Cinnamon Bread actually hovering around the mid side here. I'd like to see him go top and take that turret.
Dredgeline in, now taking some tower shots, now getting forced out by the satchel charge. Rourke chunked out here, and actually Perfective just drops the Mega Inferno Bomb. Paranoid to fall, they don't want to end it here. We'll find the fear onto Rourke, might just go down here. They got a little bit too frisky at the back of his Baron buff steal, but a massive amount of health comes back onto Rourke. He can continue this fight, getting knocked around. Cinnamon Bread still alive, but ultimately they pick off one and they end this Baron push.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, that's something that I was talking about right before it happened, is I would have liked to see somebody go top and shove in. There was a massive wave up there that could have been more gold for you in your pockets just from picking off that tower. Instead, it's still alive. You reset. Sweaty Toast ends up getting killed. You lose all the presence that you had in the mid lane just because you started to kind of nay-ram it down the mid lane, which was a little bit unnecessary. The macro kind of faltering yet again for Mercenaries as they kind of waste this Baron a little bit. You know, they ended up stealing it and then ran right mid with it. Didn't really get a power play off of it, though.
Yeah, I want to say it was a little bit of miscommunication there. Rourke was just stepping a little bit too far forward and getting Dredgeline in, and ultimately he didn't have a team to follow up on him. If they had a 5-man dive there versus a 3, maybe it works, but it just wasn't a great play all around, and they really needed something to happen with this Baron. There's an Ocean Soul on the side of Derby. You're not going to do great in these team fights if you're even in gold, and they really needed to find something there, an inhib, a tower to get themselves a gold lead, but they just didn't find much. So ultimately, I think Dare Black's still in a good position to take over this game. Again, just going to come down to team fights and how well they can utilize this Ocean Soul advantage.
Yeah, I would say so, especially because, you know, without Mercenaries finding anything off of that Baron play, you can't really say that Derby lost that.
Gonna just be thrown out onto nobody. Mamba now possibly in danger here, getting knocked out of the mount. And Juggernaut, or it's Juggernaut on the backside. throwing out the... Barak finds the perfect execution, and they're looking to lock down this tower. They'll find Francis Perfective joining the fight just a little bit too late now here, but the chase is on.
That's gotta be game.
Sahori chasing on forward. He's got the procs. He's finding the damage. Might be able to lock down Perfective here, but no, he can't do it. They're finding the inhib. They have a wave, but they have to protect it here against Perfective. Despite the Baron buff now out, they need this wave to stay alive to take down these towers, and they want it right here, right now. Karnika, what can you do to stop this team? Dashing on it, you'll die almost immediately. Cinnamon Bread zoning out Perfective from even touching this tower. Mega Inferno Bomb will clear out the mini wave, but it's just too little too late. 1 versus 5. He finds one, but there's just too many characters for him to throw skill shots out as they spread out and take out the Nexus. Mercenaries finds their first victory.
What an insane turnabout. That game was so back and forth the entire time. There was really no prediction as to where you think it could have gone. And just like that, Mercenaries off of a good play, then a bad play, pick up another good play and end up turning it right back around. They have the rest of the Baron in order to walk it down through that inhib, which is kind of what they were looking for when they initially got the Baron, but weren't able to execute it until that point in time. And they just played it out perfectly. They pick up their first win of the night.
Yeah, I mean, well executed from them. They managed to get the Baron steal, and they did everything. Or they didn't find anything initially with it, but ultimately finding a pick at the right time. Like you said, they just drive it straight up mid lane. They had the wave. They had everything they needed to finish off that kill. Great chase down by Sahori to find the last bits of damage and kills there to make it so it's just Perfective versus the world on the Ziggs. He found some damage, but ultimately, when you have 5 people just spreading out, they're all bleeding. But who are you supposed to throw your skill shots at that point?
Right.
You just don't have the cooldowns. You don't have the time to take down that many people. So Nexus goes over to Mercenaries. They're looking at their first win here. So they just need one more to go 1-1 here in this bracket.
Yeah, and they're looking to try to take this series 2-0 for sure. We'll see exactly where they go from that after this. We'll see if anything changes when it comes to the pick bans here. I don't think too much will change. I think the picks and bans that came through were pretty solid on both teams. I don't think we'll see too much of a change in draft, but I could be completely wrong on that. But I guess we will have to see.
I mean, they ended up throwing a bunch of bans towards the top side, and ultimately it was actually Sahori stepping up to the plate this game to just dominate on this Ezreal. Did a phenomenal job. So many things diving at you, but he stayed alive, did exactly what he needed to do in these team fights, and when it came time, he was arcane shifting forward to find the final kill. So props to Sahori this game. I don't want to give MVP to ADC twice in a row, so I'm going to give it to Rourke this time for that Baron steal, for finding themselves some kind of semblance in this game. Imagine if that had gone over to the other side. That would have been a Ziggs with the Baron chasing down your Nexus. I don't think they had a chance coming back at that point with Ocean Soul as well. Yeah, so ultimately, Mercenaries, great game, well played. We'll see you guys in just a little bit as we get ready for game 2.
The fallout we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last.
And we are back. It's game 2 with Dare Black versus Mercenaries, as both of these teams are looking to get their first series win in the RCL 2021 Open Qualifier. Mercenaries game 1 picked up their first match with a win off the back of a crazy Baron Seal and a few picks, but they're going to need to show some more consistency if they want to close out this series here against Dare Black.
Yeah, a very close game indeed on the last one overall. Mercenaries able to come in clutch, and now they are going to be taking away that Nocturne from the Rift. The Seraphine Rel into the Nocturne. Last game, we saw Seraphine Rel into Gangplank. And of note, they are staying on the same side here as well. I believe Dare Black had decision, and they decided to stay on the red side this time around. As they're banning out the Wukong, the Viego. I was going to say, we'll see if they ban the Akali, and they do.
But Barrick's very happy to take this one. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gwen immediately picked up here by Merc. We saw Barrick do it before, but they're going to hover the Karma, so we'll have to see if that's an insta-lock Karma. So they're very happy with that first comp. Going to lose the Ezreal and maybe Gwen here.
Oh, yeah.
That's the power of red side. So they give away 1, they take 2 immediately. Ezreal Gwen instantly locked in here for Dare Black. But we've seen Barrick play very well into this Gwen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the exact first 2 picks we saw with Mercenaries versus Supernova as well, was the Ezreal Gwen pickup back-to-back in games 1 and 2. Dare Black going to grab that for themselves as well. Mercenaries kind of trying to run it back. They've got the Karma and the Lee Sin coming through here. We'll see what they grab up for, I'd imagine, what would be an ADC pick.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Karma get flexed here. I mean, we always talk about the possibility of Thresh coming out here for Mercenaries. They had played it really well in the first couple of games, landed some great predict hooks even in that first series. Ultimately came up short, but could work really well with an immobile ADC and really enable them in this game.
Yep, and Jinx actually going to be getting grabbed here, and I don't mind that pick at all. However, Dare Black still has their support to pick, as Xin Zhao getting grabbed yet again. That was a great pick for them in the last game. Lulu going to be getting banned here. I guess maybe they're afraid of the mid Lulu.
Yeah, the old double support. Karma can be flexed, Lulu can be flexed. They just kind of take whatever works within the lane matchups. Really interesting the amount of flex picks we actually have right now in competitive play. Just so many possibilities for all these champions to go. Actually, be a Thresh ban. Kind of interesting considering Ezreal, not exactly a champion you see paired too often with the Thresh. Actually, switching over to Yuumi. That one makes more sense. That makes
more sense for sure.
We saw Yuumi Ezreal just run over Mercenaries in their first series, just constantly chasing forward with those slows and the Qs. So not surprised to see that one get banned away. Very strong when paired with the Ezreal. Gwen can also use it. Xin Zhao can use it. There's a lot of pairings right now for this Yuumi.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they took away that Yuumi. We saw how devastating it was in the last set, and this time around, going to be getting banned out. Dare Black continuing on with their bans of the support / mid flexes here as Morgana gets taken off the table. Mercenary moving on to their final ban. They actually do end up taking away the Thresh.
I didn't want to see it. Lantern too powerful. Gonna take that one off the table for themselves as well. Just probably means that they didn't really work that into their team composition with these picks in the first place. So Dare Black looking to answer back here. I like the setup so far, but I think they could use some more just jump on the fight champions. Either that or they can move towards a pick composition, but it will be the Alistar being locked in.
You wanted more jump on people champions. Nobody gets more jumpy than Alistar with those headbutt pulverizes, looking to absolutely murder somebody with the help of Xin Zhao as well if he's around. Mercenary is going to have to grab something here to really try to win a lane hard. I'd like to see him draft something in the top side, unless this is going to be Lee Sin top, which is definitely possible, but I like this Silas hover. Silas, they picked it up. I've been talking for months how whenever an Alistar gets picked up, that another team should just take Silas, because Silas with an Alistar R is unkillable, and I couldn't be more excited right now.
It's always really funny whenever Silas ends up using a champion's ultimate better than that champion. Things like Gnar, things like Alistar, they're just so strong for Silas to grab with those chains. So great pickup here. A little bit dangerous because Silas does have a slightly weaker laning phase, so Dare Black might pick something here with his counter pick to really abuse that. And since they have the better early game jungler here with Xin Zhao once again into Volibear, might look to really just snowball this mid lane pick.
Yeah, Mercenaries really just like clutched this draft coming into the end here with the Silas Volibear pick. I do like this set pick, however, really good into someone like a Volibear as they grab that up. But really only one major tank on their team with that Alistar, and even then he doesn't get too tanky until later on in the game or after he has ultimate. But Mercenaries, I'm very excited to see their comp come into play.
Yeah, I mean, I like the look here. We've seen this Lee Sin go towards. I mean, I'm too afraid to call who's gonna get the Lee Sin because I feel like they just constantly switch out who I'm thinking it's going to be, or who I think these solo lane picks will be going towards. Barrick picked up the Akali last game. They just have so much flexibility with these bruisers. I think both these I've said it, I think every game and every draft so far, they share so many champions amongst their champ pool that they'll just take whatever matchup they like better.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict these champs and where they're going to go until we actually get and see where they're going. It's hard to say where because, you know, Lee Sin, flex, top, jungle, mid, Volibear, jungle, top. It's just who's going where. Karma can still get flexed anywhere, but I think at this point in time, we're knowing she is support, so at least we know where she's going. Yeah. But even still, until everybody is solidified, until we're in the game, I can't make any predictions on who's going where yet.
Yeah, say what you will, I wouldn't be surprised to see Barrick just grab the Jinx and say, I'm playing her now, and just take her top lane and dominate that lane anyways. But we're looking at our picks now, looks like it will be the Lee Sin top, so we're going top to bottom, kind of mostly what we expected here. Yep. I'm really curious to see if we'll see a change up in build here for Rourke, as he ended up going Divine Sunder last time, and I'm curious if he'll end up going for more tanky build, but it's, again, dangerous here against a set with that showstopper.
It really is. Yeah, I mean, Divine Sunder this time around, I think, would be an all right play, mainly because there is a little bit of a mix-up in AP and AD for Dare Black instead of being all gung-ho on AD, and then you're building Divine Sunder and a Spirit Visage, which makes you incredibly weak against those champions when they're super strong. We'll see. I really think it all comes down to Cinnamon Bread versus Koskinen in the mid lane. That's really going to decide what Rourke builds, because Cinnamon Bread needs to get a lead, or else, you know, the AP scaling on Gwen is just going to be incredibly strong. Bot lane Perfective on the Ezreal won't be too much of a threat to Rourke until later on into the game when he's strong. And then Mabut on the Set, you know, Set won't really come into play until he's got 2.5, close to 3 items.
Yeah, both these it's a swap once again. Cinnamon Bread and Barrick have swapped it out, so it's Silence top every time. I swear, I love these guys. They're always trading out the picks. So they saw that they ended up locking the Gwen mid and the Set top. So they're like, all right, let's take the Silas top then, and they just throw it up there. Barrick plays it all. He's you know, pretty much styled on everything. The only time he had trouble is when there was globals in the mid lane to roam up and stop him from getting solo kills.
At this point. We
Yeah,
should just
I mean-
stop talking until they get into the game. Because what's the point of even talking about the?
Oh, no,
they
it's
swapped
again!
again! They did it again!
It just keeps happening.
Oh man!
Oh my god. So
All right, so Barrick top. That's it. They made it to 20 seconds. They swapped at 21. 20 is the cutoff. Lee Sin's top. Silas is mid.
yeah, so Barrick wants the chains off. He's taking the weights off. He's playing the Lee Sin this time. We've seen Cinnamon Bread pop off on Lee Sin. We'll have to see how he manages to do on this Silas.
Yep.
As a very new matchup here as well for him in the mid lane.
Yeah, Silas on the Cinnamon Bread. Obviously, they could still lane swap. Cinnamon Bread can run stop Barrick.
Make
Can
it
run mid.
stop.
That can definitely still happen.
I can't handle it.
I don't think it will happen, though. I think everybody's pretty much locked into where they're going to be going for the time being. As far as the lane situation's going, I think Barrick's going to have a decent time into the top lane versus Mabut, especially into the kind of later, longer trades. Jungle, Rourke versus Joggers, I think will go just about as well as it did in the last game. A lot of skirmishing between them. Mid lane is what I'm really looking forward to see how the fights turn out. Obviously, we talked earlier about Gwen being kind of a bully to most champions, especially early. I don't know how Silas fits into that, though, because he has the Kingslayer, which gives him a lot of healing, and I believe he's going to be taking Conqueror. So in the extended trades versus Gwen, he might actually fare pretty well after level 3 when he has Abductive Scond available with that Kingslayer.
And once again, it all comes down to execution. Will we see a lane swap? Will we see the reverse sweep? Stay tuned as we're started up here in only a minute and 30 seconds as we hop into match. We'll see you guys soon.
Finally.
Let the level 1 shenanigans commence. We got Mercenaries versus Dare Black here on the Rift. Both these teams have shown already that they like to do something crazy level 1. And right now it looks like Mercenaries is pathing up towards this red buff. Likely just getting that vision down on the red. We'll have to see if any skirmishes occur.
Mercenaries really love this level 1 cheese.
Yeah, they've always kind of gone for this. They like to at least get this ward down. I like the look over the wall. Something was going to catch anyone on that flank. So, actually very cheesy
could
here.
Still do it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't see him get into that bush, so they still have the setup here with the chains. Might just look for the stun if they want to go for this further, but everyone just says, oh, let's just call it a wash, and they're walking out of this one.
I'm not sure what Cinnamon Bread started ability-wise here. If he had the abduct abscond.
It was the abduct. He dashed over the wall to secure that position in that bush.
Gotcha. So that definitely wasn't up just yet. Yeah. Go back in onto joggers. I imagine it was pretty close if they wanted to look for that fight, but not quite available. They end up just cutting their losses, taking it back. Did they get a deep ward on that side?
They actually did not. So they just ended up fully resetting. There is vision here on the bottom side. So Dare Black coming up ahead, I'd say, on this level 1. But again, not too much is lost here. You can't really call a game one way or the other off of a ward being placed in the jungle.
I'm really surprised that they didn't put anything down, though. Really, I thought they would have at least gotten a ward down, maybe on red or on Raptors for, spending their time on the positioning they had, which is really good. But yeah, Dare Black getting some nice vision off here. They're not quite going to spot out Rourke, however, as he goes from red straight to Krug. So he's actually not going to get spotted. So they don't quite have an idea yet of where Rourke started until he goes up and takes those Raptors. But I imagine he will get spotted here shortly. Now, in terms of the skirmishing, we're going to be seeing a lot of it. Tonight has been just a massive bloodbath in every single game. And all of these lanes are destined just for poke and skirmishing.
Yeah, I mean, this entire team fight is just going to be beefy frontline smack into a beefy frontline, and then 2 AD carries trying to find the DPS on the backside and trying to avoid getting dove. Jinx and Ezreal both just dealing enough in the backline. Sahori has been so good on the Ezreal, and now he's on the other side of the matchup. See how he plays into that one with a slightly less mobile AD carry, but definitely one that can do more damage.
Yeah, I mean, Sahori on the Jinx. Jinx is an incredibly strong champion right now. You like to see the burst. Speaking of burst, this mid lane damage. Cinnamon Bread holding his own versus Koskinen, however. Koskinen, excuse me. Here comes Rourke.
Yeah, Rourke finding the gank here might just be the kill already here. Nice. First blood picked up. That is not the time you want to get a ward. And really, this is thanks to Rourke's funky pathing. He full cleared bot side, actually then just comes straight up into river to look for that gank in mid. Gives up a little bit of farm, but finds a kill for his mid lane. And now in trouble, Rourke trying to have to slow onto... Oh, but it's a teleport in from Koskinen. He'll find the kill here in the mid lane. Joggers getting the last hit. And that's just not where you want to be. You got the kill. Just get out, reset, find some more farm for yourself. But he greeds a little bit too hard. And now Sweaty Toast is in trouble.
Yeah, very nice turnaround there. Nice use of the TP from Koskinen to cut his losses, come back in, and get his jungler an assist. Unfortunately, Modbud was there, unable to help get that assist. It looks like he's going to be grabbing Scuttle for his jungler, however, in the top side here. But it's giving Barrack the opportunity to free farm and get a lot of XP.
And it's all kills going to junglers so far, so Cinnamon Bread won't feel hurt if that kill too much. It's actually just another fight in mid lane, as here comes Holy Bread. It might be too little too late. Find some damage and a stun onto Joggers, getting dropped a little bit low. He wants to continue this fight, but he's trapped in a mini wave. You're getting creep blocked, my friend. Now in the bottom lane, it's a stun here, landing onto Sahori, trying to find the damage, and it's just supports dueling AD carries on the opposite side of the fight. Now the kill's gonna come through. The shield will save Sahori's life, but no! John Francis able to charge forward underneath the tower, finds the kill, and now Sweaty Toast is on the chase. Finds the slows, but probably doesn't have the damage to finish this one off. Gonna chase into river, knows that the junglers were just mid, so he knows he's safe to do this technically, but no roam will come through. Might actually just have the mana flashing over the Alistar. I don't know if it was necessary, but man, it was cool.
That was just a very cool flash for sure. I don't think it was necessary either. Although, actually, yeah, if the headbutt landed, he would have been knocked pretty far away. I don't think he would have been able to catch up. So I want to say that flash was definitely warranted. Incredible flash over that headbutt there. And in the bot lane, I don't think Sahori had to die in the first place for all of that, but regardless, Sweaty Toast coming in clutch, and Sahori already getting chunked down by Perfective. Oh my god, Sahori, get behind your minions, man.
Yeah, it's all up to Perfective threading the needles. We know he's good on skill shot champs. We saw him on that Ziggs just a little bit ago, nearly hold off a 1 versus 5 Nexus push. So he's landing the damage here onto Sahori, keeping him out of the lane. Once you don't have those shields from the Karma, you gotta be careful. You don't have a lot of help on that Jinx, so getting poked out here of the lane, John Francis might just look for a dive. Have the opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, no sums available at all for the bot side of Mercenaries. So a quick headbutt pulverized from Jean-Francois will absolutely massacre Sahori under tower, who's just trying to chug pots and heal up with this Doran's Blade as much as possible. But now you have no priority in your bot side here, and Jogger is able to grab up this Infernal Drake. I like the early take of this dragon here, right at the about 6-minute mark, getting some extra damage for his team early on, which is perfect for their comp because they're, like we talked about earlier, constantly looking for fights.
Yeah, might be the earliest dragon we've actually seen today. Barrick in a little bit of trouble near the tower. Mabud has the damage, has the chase potential, but will end it there. Happy to walk away with a half health trade on the Barrick. First time we've seen Barrick on this Lee Sin, and so far not doing as well as he did on the more assassin high octane carries.
Yeah, I was about to say, need to be careful. Does not want to get
actually, the
face
Showstone is going to come out, might find the kill. Dragon's Rage will give him some distance, but you got to watch out. He still has
Flash
the Grit
Haymaker?
W. Might just look for it. And, you called it before it happened. Mabud flashing forward on the bot side. We got Sahori super low. We'll get stunned up. Jean-Francois happy to just auto him to death. And now Sweaty Toast is in trouble. Perfective will look to continue the chase. Not going to have any cooldowns available left in Sweaty Toast. Are you going to do it again? No, not this time.
Not quite. I feel like we just watched the same exact fight from earlier happen again in the bot side, with Sahori getting pushed into that alcove with Jean-Francois finishing him off. But, I mean, very nice play for Dare Black in the bot lane here, slowly starting to garnish that lead down there. But top lane, Mabud with a very crucial solo kill into Barrick that really starts to dictate the flow of the top lane. Now we saw Barrick get himself a little bit of a lead earlier on with Mabud's roam into the mid lane, but that is quickly diminished as Mabud is really stomping through the top now. Has that Iron Spike Whip, a little bit of a CS lead, and now that kill lead as well.
Yeah, gotta be feeling himself up here. I mean, finding a solo kill on the Barrick, it's the first time I think we've seen it. We may have seen it one time earlier, but Barrick typically getting the better of most trades here in top lane. Jean-Francois on the flank once again, wants to find the headbutt pulverize back towards the Ezra, but actually just gonna take a bunch of damage. Traps dealing so much. What are you doing all the way up here? You're all alone. I don't know. You'll just get shut down.
I really thought he was looking for that fight. I think what happened, Perfective was probably calling for not to fight that. Jean-Francois was probably like, look, I'm on top of him. We can start this. But Perfective was like, dude, I've got a minion wave and a half on me. I can't just walk through this.
Yeah.
And then he realized it, and it was just too little too late at that point. And Sweaty Toast and Sahori, unfortunately, Sweaty Toast picking up that kill, and that was a shutdown on him. But regardless, a kill's a kill there.
Yeah, I mean, just going to be more poke coming at you in this bottom lane from the Karma, so something they got to worry about here as Perfective going to be the target of most of that. As soon as you can land those Mantra Qs, that's a lot of damage coming his way.
Yeah, it is a massive amount of AP damage. Ooh, Barrick.
Yeah, this is a rough matchup. Barrick is just struggling here against this set, taking the worst of most of these trades, and lane's not in a great place for him either, but he's still maintaining a slight CS advantage.
Yeah, and that's not too bad for him, at least winning out in the CS. I mean, realistically, he should. He has more AoE in his kit than Mabud, who can really only use Haymaker on that, or Facebreaker, whichever one they are. They're very similar in names, and I don't understand the naming behind it, but
something Playmaker.
Yeah, something Breaker is able to get a little bit of clear, especially with the Iron Spike Whip, but Barrick has the E, has Iron Spike Whip, has Q.
Three-man posturing here towards Cinnamon Bread. They want to find this one. Could just be the flash in here from Jean-Francois. Wants to find the dash. Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. Dashing on forward. Cinnamon Bread in trouble here. Will get stunned up. Pops the unbreakable will to try and get away from this fight, but it's just not going to be enough. Joggers to follow over the wall with a flash of his own. He'll find the kill, and now the bot lane's in trouble. They're trying to bring the Xin Zhao down here. They want to try and find some more damage here. Perfective poking him out. Xin Zhao's actually rotated back towards mid lane, so they're going to be okay here in this one. And don't tell me it's going to happen again. No, okay. Getting away from the snare. Not this time. We see it one too many times. Sweaty Toast loves the duelist Alistar. John able to walk away from that one.
Like I said, I'm not a big fan of how long Cinnamon Bread waited to use that Alistar ult. He could have stolen Alistar ult as soon as he showed up. He was well within the range to steal it and then use it. Instead, he waited until he was pretty much dead to start popping it. At that point, it was just way too late. He was already jumped on. Now, a potential first tower take here for Mercenaries.
Still a few plates left on this one, so we'll, at the very least, a lot of gold going over towards Sahori, so gonna be happy about that one. Bork gonna steal
Bork
away a gromp
6, they
as
can
well.
go for a tower dive as well here if they choose to.
I think they just might be too afraid of the unbreakable will from the Alistar just to keep him alive for too long. So that, oh, and the Zinzao running down now. Joggers wants to find this fight. He'll just jump right on in. John Francis, the target here. Cinnamon Bread gonna find the kill. Just maybe, but Rock will fall first. Not tanky enough compared to the unbreakable will. And now 3 versus 4 here as the Gwen is roaming down. Gotta be careful. Oh, that's gonna pick it up with the mantra Q on the side. Is just speed, Sweaty Toast. He's got a vendetta against Cows here as he'll pick up another support kill.
And now in the top lane here, Barrick versus Mabud.
Yeah, Barrick dueling this one out. Gonna kick him away. Gonna stay alive for now. No flash. Haymaker to follow up on that one, so he'll be able to survive just barely. But this Lee Sin just is not matching up well into the set at all. Mabud doing a great job dominating this matchup.
Yeah, playing very well up here in this game. Barrick pushing back up here, potentially looking to stop the back. Not going to do so, though. Mabud probably just going to TP back into the lane. But I got to say, again, down towards the bot side in that fight, Mercenaries really just holding on to their ultimates for a very long time. Cinnamon Bread first, and then Rourke not using his ultimate until he was essentially dead. Could have used it much, much earlier in that fight and would have kept him alive for a lot longer, potentially even helped survive and finish off that kill. Instead, ends up going down for it, getting taken down, and we are seeing a very nice collapse come through potentially onto Koskinen, but however, that wave pushing in, a nice engagement from Jean Francois in bot lane.
Trying to find it once again. Gonna find the traps though. No, you stepped too far forward. Sahori plays it perfectly and gets the kill as a reward. Now I actually be Perfective in danger here. There is a flank here coming in from Sweaty Toast. Gonna try and find some damage here on an 80 carry for once as he manages to drop the root. I think even if he ease out of this one, he won't be able to make it. So make a death rocket is a lot of damage towards Perfective, but they can't find the kill. Perfective finds a trade back as well. Oh my god, we're trading supports once again, and they will both fall as the 80 carries left to their own devices here in the bot lane will find a kill and a shutdown, I think, towards both these supports.
Yeah, but first tower should be going over to Sahori there.
Top lane dive. Showstopper gonna push him into a wall, and the Haymaker to follow Mabud will pick that one up. More plates coming his way as John Francis in the jungle here, getting tagged up just a little bit. Cinnamon Red, you're in danger. Oh, there's just so much happening all around the map. I don't know where to start. Cinnamon Red will be able to walk away from this one. I think we can breathe. I think we can breathe.
Absolute bloodbaths over and over again tonight. There is no choice. You don't get to breathe at all, man. Everybody is just going to continuously fight over and over again. Mabud going to pick up a tower in the top lane here after Sahori picks up the first blood tower in the bot lane. Quick shout out to Dia in the chat. What's up, buddy? He's here because I called out to him and I told him about the Silas versus Alistar matchup that I've been talking about forever.
I know
I'm sure he's just excited.
Silas players love talking about how much just more tanky they become with that. I think you completely nailed it. It's just so fun to run around with that CC, essentially immunity with the amount of tenacity you get, honestly, plus the damage reduction, plus the healing you have on Silas. It's just brutal to play into once the Silas gets ahead. And we talked about this a little bit earlier. We do see the Divine Sunderer build coming out once again here for Work. I do think it's better in this game. You can kind of beef it out with the set Gwen and Zinzao. Don't really need to worry about just being tanky against a bunch of incoming poke as compared to the Ziggs, where you need to be that kind of force in front line. Still has the speed ups as well with the Karma to kind of keep him going, let him look for those engagements. So I like the look here.
Yeah, as do I. Like we talked about earlier, going full on tank with Volibear in this game is a bit risky versus the set, especially now that Mabud is getting a pretty solid lead up in the top side there. Has that stride breaker finish. You don't need to be getting one shot by him at this point in time, especially if he's just going to drop you onto the rest of your team and murder them. Cinnamon Bread in danger.
I think he's in danger here, actually, has the stun, but forced to flash out. Kundaskin blowing him out of the side lane here. Going to be forced to farm that wave underneath the tower. An instant engagement here, forcing in Sweaty Toast. He's mad. He's had enough, but he might just go down anyways. Unbreak will just be enough to keep him alive as he flashes over the wall. And now the rest of the team is in trouble. Perfective will take down Barrick, and it's a 1-for-1. As a trade in the bottom lane goes towards Cinnamon, but he finds the kill somehow, some way. Flashless, but he finds it anyways. Out-dueling Kuskin there in the bot lane. That is a dead Gwen. Oh, it was the TP. Gwen looked for the TP play, and he took the engagement, canceled it out, and finds the kill. So a nice look there. Cinnamon Bread picking up the stasis Gwen.
Yeah, I saw the TP coming through. I started watching the mini map, and I saw Cinnamon Bread use that Abscond Abduct to cancel it out. And I guess the ensuing fight went his way. I don't know if it's bugged out on the screen. I haven't seen him like really take any ult since we saw that Alistar ult, and he certainly didn't use an ultimate down to the bot lane versus Koskinen to get that kill.
Yeah, I'm guessing it maybe just wasn't off cooldown. Maybe he would have opted to take a fight earlier into the Gwen. But it is possible that it is just bugged out. We just don't have the cooldown. Again, though, we're resetting towards mid lane. We got a dragon fight coming up here in just a little bit, so I'm sure it'll be another skirmish. We'll be yelling at the screen in just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. However, we do have Cinnamon Bread with that TP available as he's pushing in the top side here. Mercenaries posturing around the mid side, the top of this river here. We have Koskinen down in the bot side, so I really want to give Dare B a little bit of an edge in terms of their positioning around this dragon. They're starting this fight.
Mabud in trouble here, getting taken very low, has a shield. Sonic Wave will deal just a little bit more damage, but he's able to Stride Breaker out. Another dragon's getting very low. John lands a 3-man combo, but he's going to be happy to walk away from this one. They get the dragon, they have what they want, but will they continue the fight? Mercenaries looking to disengage, and there'll be no further action. So surprisingly, despite a scrappy game, we got a full disengage here, and soul point for Dare Black.
Yeah, Dare Black now on soul for that mountain. To be really big for Mabud as well as Jean-Francois with their tankiness. A little bit on Xin Zhao as well. But I think taking that away from the likes of Rourke, Sweaty Toast, and Cinnamon Bread, way better for you guys to be able to take that out if you're Dare Black. Now we're seeing Mabud move back up into the top side here. The main lane swap just between mid and bot lane here. Joggers going back around the map. 3-0-2 on this Xin Zhao. 2-1-2 on Perfective. Looking very strong right now. You know, most of the gold is on the jungler and AD for Dare B, but that doesn't really matter when Ezreal is the AD on the team because he's going to be absolutely chunking people out as we're seeing in the mid lane right now. His Qs do more damage than a tower shot.
Absolutely. I do also want to point out that Sahori with this Jinx, one of the most frustrating things for Jinx players is not being able to get the reset during a team fight to get excited. And Xin Zhao is so good at denying that. So as long as Joggers can find the right Crescent Strike at the right time, but it's an engagement here, Perfective in danger. No mana on the Ezreal. This is exactly the fight that they want. Crescent Strike will be the disengage here. It'll be just enough to let them escape. TP from Barrack will be meaningless as he's forced to this tower, but there's no objectives or fights for him to join.
Yeah, that was definitely a fight that Mercenaries would have won, but I feel like maybe just Dare Black coming in, just having the situational awareness, Perfective able to flash Arcane Shift away. Joggers with a very, very nice Crescent Strike ultimate there, able to push away Sweaty Toast to try to stop that grapple. And now we're just seeing the Rift Herald that's been grabbed. I imagine that'll get placed on the map here shortly by Joggers. Where he decides to drop it will be the question. Mid lane very close to going down. So the question is he needed to drop that Rift Herald in the mid lane, or will he drop it somewhere like bot?
At this point in the game, I always want to say teams should be looking at those tier 2s, but sometimes all you can get is a tier 1, and with such a close game, I wouldn't be surprised to see it really go anywhere, as you know, maybe they just really want to crack open this mid lane turret so they have the ability to run when they're on the map. Maybe they want to save it, try and greed for those tier 2s or even inhibitor towers, as you know, they're getting closer and closer to being able to just crack open a base off the back of a team fight.
Yeah, for sure, and they're looking just really strong. I mean, their whole team comp, the combos that they have, incredibly well. The problem is, though, Mercenaries still have a decent setup of their own if played correctly. Especially with Cinnamon Bread, if he's able to steal that Alistar ult away, even just with
and there it is.
Excuse me, Mabud's ultimate as well. They're gonna go ahead and take that mid lane turret. They're not gonna get another shove off on the charge. Next objective will be in 10 seconds. That'll be the Baron. 1:50. Soul point for Dare Black that needs to be contested by Mercenaries if they want to really keep themselves in this game. Cinnamon Bread going to try to take a fight against Koskinen in the bot side here, already starting to lose out on this trade though.
Ooh, yeah, I'm really not sure who manages to win this one. I feel like it's going to go over towards Koskinen. He just feels like he hasn't got more damage, but right now it's going over towards Cinnamon Bread. He's got support on the way. Shields will be just enough. Shut down for Cinnamon Bread. He finds the fight in the side lane.
Incredibly close. Manages to find the kill even without Sweaty Toast's help. Sweaty Toast still there for the moral support, however. Able to help finish off that kill, get a little bit of XP for himself. But now, a minute left on this dragon. Baron's up at the moment. Mabud still pushing to the top side, has the TP available, as does Koskinen. So Koskinen can still go mid or top side with the TP available. Could allow Mabud to back, maybe buy if he has some gold in his pockets after finishing off his tower. Excuse me, the tower's already been finished. But he's going to keep pushing in the top. Probably grab this scuttle as it comes up. Maybe get some vision around Baron.
Yeah, not gonna lie, if I'm Mercenaries here, I want to take a fight before this dragon starts. Make sure that there's no chance they can get a steal. Really set yourself up for success to deny that soul from coming in this early. But I don't know if they have the positions on the map and priorities in the right lanes to be able to pull that off. They need to get some vision down here, which is good. It's a good start. Sahori needs to be able to position himself very well in this team fight for them to really come out ahead here, because they need people to survive. They need this fight to go well. And there is, like you said, teleport threat from top lane. Sahori getting poked out just a little bit, has some life steal, so should be able to just quickly get that back up. Man, Jogger's gonna be actually forced to use the Crescent Strike. That might be huge for Sahori to be able to get some resets here.
That is pretty big. However, Mabud's still working on that topside tower. Jean-Francois moving around the backside there. Ultimate stolen by Cinnamon Bread.
Yeah, but Sahori's in danger here. Will he get pushed back? But he's got his entire team around him. Now getting forced back. It's Cinnamon Bread getting pulled into the team. Mabud grabbed maybe the wrong target there. And now looking for the true damage onto the team with that Haymaker. Not going to find too much. On the side, it's Perfection. Looking for Toast, but he's not going to be able to find him. In the beefy fight in the middle, it's actually going to be Zinzao falling. And Kunaskin will pick up Barrick. And everyone just trading out everywhere across the map. There's so much going on. Kuskin eventually been able to survive. They managed to pick up only 1, and 3 get traded out, and it'll be the Dragon first of the match going over to Merc.
Yeah, Barrick's going to go down to Koskinen. Mabud and Koskinen, the only ones left alive. Sahori going to be taking down this mid lane turret at the same time as that Dragon. Baron is up, however, I don't know if they have really the presence to go and take that at the moment, and I think it might be a little bit risky to go for it, because you just want a big trade. I don't think you want to take an unnecessary trade, kind of like Jean-Francois is doing right now.
No, it can't keep happening. He just walks
can't keep getting away with it.
Dies. He's not getting away with it. Sahori's happy to take the free gold. Gonna walk back to base with the Raptor camp and an Alistar in the pocket, picking up more and more items, and that is exactly the person you want getting ahead here for Mercenaries.
Yeah, 100%. Sahori getting a couple free kills off of Jean-Francois in this game, and I don't think you shy an eye towards that. So he's pretty happy to get some free gold in his pockets. Has a 600 gold shutdown, however. Needs to be careful. Needs to be able to play that out, because Mabud is looking to take that for himself.
And he just might be in danger here. We do have Barrett closing in from the top lane, but it's Kuskin on a teleport. There's no way he survives this one. This is a shutdown for sure. Going over to just who is the question. Kuskin chasing him out, and it will be the Gwen picking that one up. Massive shutdown going over to Dark Black.
Yeah, and Mabud doesn't even get an assist on that, unfortunately, even through all of that. Yeah, Sahori just playing that a little bit too aggressively. Should have been backing off there. And
this is actually the Baron attempt being started up here. They have the ability to poke them out with Perfective. No more damage threat early here for them as well. And Jean-Francois will push back in Rook, but that's not the target you really want here. Now kiting out. Do they have the damage to keep this team fight alive? The Showstopper pushing Rook all the way into the side of Mercenaries, and they're forced to run out from the Baron fight. They will turn. They'll be happy to take this objective, and it is Mercenaries on the back foot trying to find something around this Baron fight.
Yeah, and they should be able to find this Baron as well for sure. The ultimate is up from Sahori if he wants to try to fire that out. TP coming through as well. They're taking this pretty slowly.
Yeah, they're trying to find some way back into this one. Cinnamon Bread now here with the teleport, but will they be able to find anything? Gonna dash in, won't be able to find the secure, but they'll find a kill. 1 going over for 1 as 2 will fall, and it's all Sweaty Toast and Berg trying to run away from this one. Sahari's joined the fight. It might be able to turn this one around with the Jinx damage. She gets excited. That's exactly what you need. Perfected, going for it, might be in danger. But no, they're disengaging. They're not going to chase into Sahori. It was just too dangerous. They've got the rockets, they've got the AoE, and they got the damage. But actually, they're continuing this one. We'll just go forward, but no. On the backside, Perfected going over the wall. Sahori finding a reset, but it's not going to be enough to keep them alive. Malbud trying to duel out Burke here on this fight, but Perfected going to chase him out. Now, Rook on the side of this fight, joining in once again. They haven't been able to back from this Baron. They're still trying to get back into their base. Rourke now maybe looking to chase out 1 more of these kills. There is still Perfected in mid lane, but he's got Arcane Shift. He's got a Baron recall. He should be A-okay.
Yeah, Sahori almost popping off there. However, Perfective able to get behind him actually does so much damage. Absolutely chunks him out. Sahori almost got excited yet again, but Mabud's inert tankiness and the shielding off of set keeps him alive for just long enough to be able to walk away scot-free from there. as does Perfective. But all in all, I think there's only 2 left with the Baron on the side of Dare Black now. So Mercenaries kind of comes out on top just because of the fact that 5 members of Dare Black don't have this Baron. But either way, it's still a pretty just strange fight altogether.
Yeah, and if you're Mercenaries, the thing you gotta worry about is that this Dragon is gonna time out with the expiration of the Baron buff. If they can shove these waves in and really box in but it's actually gonna be Koskinen in trouble here against an Inbred, dueling it out once again. He's got support on the way. But it's too little, too late. Now Rush can be in danger here. He's got the Conqueror procced, and it's everything you want on the Gwen. Double kill in a 2 versus 1 turnaround as Koskin finds everything in the top lane.
Not sure why Barrick's going for these solo fights here. If he's winning them, it's barely, but
Koskin in trouble once again. Has the ability to throw out the Hollow Mist, but no, I think it's still on cooldown. Trapped up, taken out, shut down, goes over to Sahori, and that is more gold in the pocket of this Jinx. The win condition, the saving grace here for Mercenaries, but they have to get back. They have to defend this base. This might be 2 or at least 1 inhibitor going down here with these death timers.
Yeah, they're at least doing a lot of damage to this tower. Perfective still has that Baron able to push in these with Mabud in the bot lane as well. They're going to definitely grab up 2 towers. Not quite on the inhib just yet, though, but they're going to start opening up the base for themselves. Now, Dragon up in the next 20 seconds. If you're Mercenaries, you need to get on that. Mabud's going to be backing. However, he does have the TP available.
Ooh, need to be careful. Perfective going to find some damage here on Rourke. They are in a 3 versus 4. Mabud now teleporting this fight will make it 4 versus 4, and then everyone is joining the fight here for Mercenaries. They're still down Gwen on the other side. They might just look to take this one, but they're able to get away for now. Gwen now running to this Dragon fight. This is sole point. They want to get this one away from Mercenaries. Mercenaries has to deny this to really stay alive and relevant in these team fights. So Rory might have the damage to keep an eye on them. So make it out, Rocket will not be the steal, and actually going to go over towards the Ezreal. Perfective picking that one up, and on the back to this fight, it's Alistar diving in, will get taken out. So not just yet, actually, to finally get excited will come through. Showstopper bringing one back. Sahori getting brought so low. Doesn't matter if you're excited, if you're gonna die anyways. Now needs to find some damage here, is being flashed on by Mabud. He's got the speed, might just have the face breaker to find it. Oh, actually gonna barely miss, but it's a teleport. They want to find Sahori so bad. Gwen TPing for this one, gonna chase on forward. Trap's gonna deny the chase for now, but has to get back, has to defend this base. This could very well be the end if they do not manage to get fully reset here. Now Believer also backing will at least be 2 inhibitors here, as Dare Black able to pick up kill after kill, find the soul, and they chase Mercenaries all the way back into their base.
Man, Dare Black are looking to try and end this game. Mercenaries off the back of a few just bad plays and bad calls, not backing after that previous Dragon. Sahori getting caught out earlier on there so that Dare Black could go after that Baron. Dare Black basically just taking advantage of some bad plays from Mercenaries and making it scale into their favor and turning it into a gold lead, advantages all across the board, and now potentially looking to end the game, I'd imagine, off of the next team fight.
They got options for themselves here, as really it could just, you got only 1 tower left on the map here outside of the Nexus towers. They could just pressure that lane. They got supers and the others to pressure those. Permanent prio here in the bottom half of the map. Just gotta worry about this top side, as Baron is respawning in 1 minute. This could spell the end unless Rourke can pull off another miracle Baron still here for Mercenaries.
Yeah, we'll have to see he's able to do that. I mean, look at his items right now. Only the Divine Sunderer and a little bit of armor with the plated steel caps, but nothing quite finished for him. And that's a big issue for Mercenaries if Rourke is just getting beat up before he's able to get into the fight. That's a big reason why he wasn't able to try and steal that Baron, is because Perfective was waiting in the wings for him while he tried to go sniff out some vision in his own jungle, and Rourke was taken down under half health before he was able to even see where Perfective was dagging him from. And Dare Black just need to continue on with that to try and end this game. Bot lane's getting pushed out here by Mabud. However, Baron's up in about 15 seconds now. They have the priority over it. They have the vision around. They're clearing out vision right now. And the rest of Mercenaries are on the bot side here looking for Mabud. And I don't know, this is the pick.
Yeah, they're trying to chase out this set. They should be able to pick this one up, but if Mabud can get anything back, it's going to be massively worth for their team. Now chasing him through. Gonna Showstopper back in, trying to find the damage onto Sahori, but he'll get kicked away. No way, no how. You're not finding the damage on the Vi-80 carry. Finds the Dragon Rage. They'll pick up the kill, but it's a trade for Baron. Dark Black, Dare Black, happy to pick up this one.
Yeah, that's some really weird macro decisions coming from Mercenaries there, going for one kill rather than sending everybody up to contest the Baron when Maba doesn't have TP. You either go for a 5v4 there, or I guess you go for the set, and they opted to take the set instead of the 5v4 fight, and that should realistically seal this game for them.
Yeah, you saw Sahori go down there to try and push out another wave, but there's now a last inhibitor exposed, and they're trying to start this fight without their Jinx. Now jumping into this one. It's a massive knock-up from John as he picks up 3 of them straight into the air. No one able to find any kills here in this 4 versus 5 encounter. Cinnamon going down there, now chasing on with the poke. Third inhib will fall, and this has got to spell the end for Mercenaries as the teleport comes through. Maba's teleport just now coming up, and they're still looking to chase this one. Finding the engagement, it's gonna be enough damage to take down Burke, but not just yet as they're pulling people through. Almost in the fountain at this point. Maba chasing their team, zoning 4 out by himself. Will valiantly fall, but he has done his job. And Dare Black will find game 2, and we're going to the last match of this best of 3.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take it to game number 3. Couple of iffy plays in that game. Mercenaries taking game 1, Dare Black taking game number 2 off of essentially just picking apart any kind of mistakes made from Mercenaries. And that's what I do like to see in a team, is learning from their mistakes and taking advantage of the enemy team's mistakes to turn them into their benefits. And that is definitely what we saw in that game. And I don't think much needs to change in the way of drafting between these two teams. I think it really comes down to the macro decisions from these teams is what is kind of ending the games for them.
And I also like to point out, Rook, I feel like in almost every single early game, finds one good play, but then immediately loses the momentum advantage from that by either just not making the right decision immediately after, or just kind of pulling off like a failed gank or a failed 2v2 later on. You have to continue that momentum, abuse flash cooldowns, find the right lanes, and find the ganks, but ultimately, it's Dark. I'm going to keep doing it all series. Dare Black coming up huge here in this series as we move forward, tying it up 1-1. We're going to final game here. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy.
Welcome back, everyone, to the RCL 2021 Open Qualifier. We got Game 3 on the horizon with both teams looking to pick up their first series win. Dare Black has so far looked more consistent than Mercenaries, but with Mercenaries getting their first red side draft, we're going to see if that's going to change here. Fury, what are you thinking?
So far, no changes in the draft. That's what I'm mainly taking a look at here. Although the Karma ban does come through. Karma, a little bit of a threat in the last game, as we saw in the bot lane, getting a solo kill onto that Alistar earlier on. But Dare Black, we'll see what happens, because they have switched sides here. Mercenaries going to be taking red over blue. So that's the main shift that we're going to be seeing. See if it changes anything in the draft at all, or if it just mainly just changed what happens in game.
Yeah, and with Viego banned out, I'm imagining we see the handshake of a power pick for Gwen Ezreal again. It's like been the classic red side pickup here in red round 1. But of course, they do still have the first pick, so they could end up taking away one of those power picks. Also, finally banning out the Karma, forcing Mercenaries here to show something different in draft.
Right, and Ezreal Gwen's still available if Mercenaries do decide to take it here off of round 1. However, Gwen going to be taken off the table. I imagine you see the Ezreal take here for Mercenaries. Maybe, I don't know, as far as the support goes, or maybe they just take a jungle here. Maybe they just prioritize the Lee Sin again. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to grab here, but Nocturne actually going to be the first off the table. Maybe Nocturne Ez.
And this is a first for Mercenaries. I don't think they've locked this one just yet. Typically, we've seen them kind of going for these solo laners that can flex between top and mid. Nocturne, another one of those. So not surprised to see the pick. Kind of plays into their style. They want to looking to build maybe a new style of composition, more dive heavy this time around. But again, like you said, Ezreal's still on the table. I'm not sure if they want to give away Gwen Ezreal to blue side.
Yeah, I would hope not. Ezreal extremely strong. However, they're prioritizing a Kali here. Dare Black, I think, just take Ezreal for free here, right? I mean, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dare Black, I'd imagine that's what you go for. This is not, again, I want to say like it's weird, but it's not unexpected for Mercenaries. They play so hard around their top side. It's typically what they've been doing for most of the day. Yeah. Kind of unique in these last 2 games where they've been playing more around their bot side, trying to get their AD carry ahead. This is kind of a first in this series, at least, where they're getting top side strong power picks here. Barrett gonna love that Akali. Of course, he's seen him dominate that matchup already, time and time again here on this Akali, just rolling through teams on Viego, Gwen, and any assassin he manages to get to the top lane. Lee Sin wasn't his style, so this is a change up here for Mercenaries.
Yeah, I will say as well, Barrick on that Akali earlier absolutely dominated, right, with the matchup against Supernova. So we'll more than likely see that yet again on the top side. He played it extraordinarily well. Dare Black actually opting for the Jinx Lulu, leaving Mercenaries still open for something like an Ezreal Thresh if they do want to go with that. Not something you typically see, but obviously Ezreal, incredibly strong pick for the bot lane. And then obviously, just in general, the Thresh pickup that would come through for Cerulean.
Ooh, we're looking at some dive characters here. And again, I mean, I want to say that the Nocturne and Akali are pretty much guaranteed to be solo laners here. Yep, the hovering the Ezreal. So locking in that power pick, not going to let that one get banned away here in this phase. And I think there's still a lot of options here. I'm not sure if Thresh is a great pick into Lulu. Dare Black, of course, can still flex this Lulu out of the bottom lane. So there's a lot of flex picks on the table here. We've seen Mercenaries troll both of us here on the desk as they trade their laners at the last second sometimes just to throw off the other team and us. Hecarim being hovered here. Interesting choice
Fair
considering
ban.
that this is kind of mostly a protect the ADC comp that Dare Black is making.
Right.
Banning out the Yuumi, getting away from Ezreal, not going to let Mercs run back that composition that they played into earlier either. And also Olaf being locked in here, so they don't want any kind of unstoppable dive coming at them.
Yeah, I got to ask, coming into this game, do we know if it's Cerulean or Sweaty Toast for Mercenaries? Is Sweaty Toast coming back in again? Because if so, I don't think we'll see a Thresh pickup, as as prioritized as it was on Cerulean earlier on. So Sweaty Toast obviously picking that Karma earlier, which got banned away this game, probably has a little bit of a different pool coming at him. Looks more like enchanters / just heavy tanks. So maybe something, I don't know what you pick into that. Fiddlesticks getting grabbed here.
Jungle. Another power pick in solo queue, and another thing we actually saw on the EU LCS at least today. Fiddlesticks coming up at least one match today, so not too surprised to see it. Again, this is just a very strong composition, and actually there's a very fun interaction between Nocturne and Fiddlesticks where Paranoia actually procs the passive of Fiddlesticks' abilities that allow him to drop the fear onto people.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. That would be that's an insane combo there. Galio, though, getting grabbed now. I'm guessing just to go mid here to take on what I imagine to be Nocturne, right? Or is it just going to be a Kali?
I'm tired of guessing. I won't even speculate these solo laners anymore. I've just got no idea what these guys are going to do.
It's going to change anyway. We can call it right 1,000 times in a row. They're just going to change it in 21 seconds left on the clock. Dare Black going to grab up Kindred for the jungle here, going very aggro with that Kindred. I expect to see a lot of invading going on early on, especially in the Fiddlesticks. Gragas getting picked up now. Man, these flex picks.
Gragas is actually a great pickup here. So this has to be Gragas support. No other way about it. But when you're playing into Kindred Ultimate with this dive composition that wants to dive in and assassinate with a Nocturne Akali, you need Gragas to kick people out of the Kindred Ultimate.
Right.
What Dare Black have locked in is an insanely powerful protect the ADC composition with the Kindred stopping and kind of dive coming forward from these assassins. Mm-hmm. On top of, so much with the shielding resistances that Galio Lulu provide, there's a lot of options to keep this Jinx alive, and they're going to need so much to take her down.
Yeah, the problem is, though, with that Kindred pick, now Fiddlesticks and Gragas have just the perfect opportunity for a fight. Because if they're within the Kindred ult, Fiddlesticks ult is about the same size. So Fiddlesticks ults into the middle, slows everybody, fears everybody. Gragas ults at least trying to get, in front of them, to ult them back out of the ult towards them to finish them off. It's a really good combo for mercenaries that Dare Black need to consider when it comes to these fights, because as you said, this is just kind of a standard protect the Jinx comp, and if the whole front line gets ulted by Fiddlesticks and then Gragas, you're not going to have anybody defending you anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's still options here for Dare Black, but for mercenaries, of course, but Dare Black, I think, just has a very strong, straightforward composition. We've seen this Protect the Jinx composition work out effectively. They got the Lulu, which has typically, you only see one of these characters in a game. I have not seen Jinx and Lulu paired together today. It's almost always pick priority towards one, and then one gets banned out in the second phase. So seeing these two together is kind of terrifying. Mm-hmm. Karma was taken off the table earlier, so there's only one enchanter left. But, I mean, honestly, I think that Jinx would probably prefer the Lulu over the Karma.
I would imagine so as well. The Lulu ult just scales incredibly well with the get excited by Jinx. So just imagine a giant 50-foot tall Jinx running at you at light speed, absolutely massacring you. The only issue on that is if we see, Barrack get ahead, if we start to see Rourke get ahead and Sahori, which we have seen him get ahead a lot. I mean, he's got the Ezreal. So we saw how well he played with the Ezreal, right? I imagine we'd be seeing something of the same sort this time around as well. Lulu, so far showing into the mid lane here. Potential Galio support, unless they swap it back around.
Yeah, they might be pulling a mercenaries here and just kind of trolling with the draft a little bit. But again, I wouldn't be surprised to see Galio go support, but I think matching up better into the Nocturne because you can follow him with those globals top or mid. Right. I guess semi-globals in this case. But yeah, a little bit strange, but we'll have to see. We never really know truly until that 21-second marker. So really these picks could still be going different places than we expect.
Yeah, we have no idea. I mean, Barrack and Cinnamon Bread could still swap. I mean, Rourke and Cinnamon Bread could still swap. Who knows at this point? We'll let them decide what they're going to do. But so far, I mean, Jean-Francois grabbing the Galio would make sense. It kind of is in line with the past couple of games. He played Nautilus, then he played Alistar. It would make sense to put him back onto a tank because that is apparently what seems to be his comfortability with the champ pool. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was in fact a Galio support just to keep in line with what he plays, although I still wouldn't be surprised with the swap either, just based on what we've been seeing in the past couple of games.
Yeah, I'm still looking at Barrick and Rook to kind of carry this game. If they can get this Akali ahead and really play into the 1-3-1, yeah, you can hold back in with the Galio and quickly turn it into 2 versus 1 topside. But you also have the Nocturne to follow it up. So if they can get this 2v2 duo ahead in the Akali and Cinnamon Bread in the mid lane on that Nocturne, I feel like they have a really good chance to break up this team fighting composition that that they've built for themselves here on Dare Black. But again, it's going to come down to execution. I haven't seen consistency in early game and mid game decision making here from Mercenaries so far.
Right.
And if they can turn around here, it's going to be massive for them because I believe this might be, at the very least, this has heavy implications on your seeding and your ability to qualify for the RCL here coming up, as we have, I think, a few more games in the next couple of days to all these teams to kind of come back. But I mean, going 0-2 on your first day, not a great start.
No, definitely not. And we'll see what happens here as we get into game 3. 1-1. Do not go anywhere. This is a very big game for both of these teams. We'll see where they land within the next couple of minutes here as you spend the next 30 or so with us to close up the night. See you in a few.
It's game 3, and may the level 1 shenanigans commence. Dare Black versus Mercenaries. 1-1 all tied up, and it all comes down to this: a protect the ADC versus a break the ADC, with a double dive and an explosive cast to split up everything from that Lancer Sprite. We'll have to see how this one goes, as Sweaty Toast looking to get that early vision down.
Yeah, and for the first time tonight, just a standard 5-point setup here. No level 1 cheese for either team. However, Sahori going to get a little bit of poke off onto Perfective here early. Spots him out for the final time tonight. Barrick up in the top side on this Akali. We saw him pop off earlier tonight. We'll see if he's able to do so yet again tonight, or if Mudbud's going to get the better of him with Joggers on this Kindred. I mean, that is something to be looking at for sure, is this Kindred pick, because once Kindred starts going, it is very hard to stop her.
And of course, if Kindred manages to get that early lead in the mid game, you have the options to just pocket her with this Lulu, drop the buffs, the speeds, the shields onto that Kindred, keep her alive and running through these team fights. So either one of these ADCs gets ahead for Dare Black, and it's gonna spell some trouble for Mercenaries.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got Perfective on the Jinx, which is always, something to be afraid of. But then again, like you said, that Kindred, if Lulu's on her, and she has, I would say, 6-7 stacks by 15-20 minute mark, that's pretty good as Kindred. That's about on par with where you want to be. And I'm very excited to watch that happen. However, in the bot lane here, we're going to get back to some more poke, as we have the Ezreal versus the Jinx, with Sweaty Toast on the support, with the Gragas, and Jean-Francois on the Galio support, as we thought.
Yeah, I feel like you've seen a lot of these kind of poke-heavy lanes come out from Mercenaries. Again, I think they have the advantage in poke this time, just because Ezreal versus Galio, and of course the barrel's coming out from Sweaty Toast here on the bottom lane. So a little bit of a tough situation here already as they get shoved in level 2. Kindred clearing up towards topside, so limiting jungle interference in this lane for a fair amount of time. Unless, of course, you get Rourke pathing down towards that. Looks like it's supposed to be standard. Oh, not unstandard full clears, actually, as Kindred ended up opting to skip over her Krugs here.
And real quick, just want to give a shout out to Coach Jacob. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. And thank you very much for the raid by Dare. They're coming in to check out their team, give them some support for the final game of the night, as it is just starting now. We are seeing as well Mabud opting to go in the mid lane here with the Gwen, sending Koskinen top with the Lulu to face off against this Akali. We'll see how that works out for them. As far as that goes, I just need to remind myself on the scoreboard not to get it mixed up with them. But yeah, I mean, we're really looking for Rourke to hit this level 6 to start getting those ganks, and Barrick taking a pretty bad trade up on the top side here from Koskinen. However, the reverse is said in the mid lane, with Cinnamon Bread taking a little bit of a better trade against Mabud.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the flexibility of Mercenaries throughout this game and how much they're willing to kind of switch around their picks and play their mid or top, swap out their champions, play very similar champion pools. Cinnamon kind of in some danger here, actually, as Joggers is just waiting in the wings, and now Burke is going to join this fight as well, so it's a 2 versus 2. The Hollow Mist will come out. Joggers now in trouble here as Burke going to deal a little bit of damage with that drain, but ultimately no kills, no summoners, and it's just kind of a wash here in mid lane.
Yeah, very nice gank from Joggers, however, very nice counter gank from Rourke as well. If Rourke wasn't there, I imagine Cinnamon Bread just falls. Top lane still skirmishing, going on back and forth, a little bit less so in the bot lane. Still some decent poke coming out from Sweaty Toast with that Arcane Comet. Cues from Sahori here. Jean-Francois pushing forward, trying to just keep them zoned a little bit. However, it's very hard to do so against Sweaty Toast and Sahori. We're just laying down that damage constantly.
Yeah, I want to say, I mean, it's be really tough to say because we just seen such crappy games today, but getting dropped very low here, actually. Sahori not going to find the kill just yet, and it's a gank in the top lane. This is the top jungle duo, finding it once again. Rourke and Barrick. Maybe we just call him Bork from now on.
The Bork
always
duo
together in that top lane. They find a kill, getting this Fiddlesticks and Akali further and further ahead. It's exactly what you want to see here up at this team.
Yeah, it's at least going to, I imagine, force Koskinen to TP back over the top lane. However, still holding on to it at the moment, but a nice fight in the bot lane here.
Ooh, might find somebody. Jogger's gonna pick that one up, but the tower shot will find him. And that is 2 going over to Ezreal as the TP comes in from Barrick. Might just find 3, but no, he'll go down. Jean-Francois finding the kill there, but it's a triple kill for Ezreal. Teleport not gonna find anything, but it's an engagement in the mid lane here as Mobud trading here on a Cinnamon Bread. Conqueror will finally proc as Cinnamon Bread still taking the better of that trade.
Yeah, Nocturne definitely winning in these trades versus Mabud here early on. May have finally found the secret to not getting absolutely bullied by Gwen in the early game. Let's take it back to that bot lane fight, though. A nice setup for the dive coming from Dare Black. However, they're way too squishy at this point to be going for those dives. There's no ultimate yet from Joggers on this Kindred, so they end up getting taken down from a couple of tower shots and then eventually giving a triple kill over to Sahori. But he got the triple kill after the death, so he still has the shutdown gold on him, which doesn't favor Sahori at all if he gets found out again. That's another 300 gold getting sent over to him. But he comes back with a Sheen and that Tear of the Goddess, so a nice gold influx for him early on.
Yeah, I mean, really, realistically, if you hear Dare Black back Kindred, or the, but it's an engagement here on the Kindred. She doesn't have Lamb's Respite, and flashing forward, it's work finding the kill. The Cinnamon and Rourke duo there in the mid lane finding that one. They don't need to help bot lane. Their bot lane will help themselves to that triple kill. And meanwhile, on the top lane, Burke going in here against Koskinen. Shouldn't be too much damage to follow up onto that one. Gonna walk away, disengage, and it's a 1-for-0 kill. Burning Flash and burning 2 ults, but they pick up Kindred in their own jungle.
Yeah, and Barrick has that perfect execution available. Koskinen now has the wild growth. But yet, down in the bot lane here, we are seeing the Dragon being taken up by a Mercenary Chariot. It is the Infernal Drake early on, which, as we were talking about the past couple of games, is really good to have early, especially when you have these skirmishing teams. You want that extra damage. A nice dodge from Sweaty Toast.
And he's T-posing to assert dominance there. You saw him stand perfectly still. Happy to get away from that one and get away with some poke as well, as they just continue to pepper down these skill shots onto this bot lane. And now you got Kindred waiting in the wings here. Joggers wants to find an engagement. We'll find that one. Finding the taunt as well, and now following up with lots of CZ. Joggers gonna pick up Sweaty Toast here. Actually gonna go over to Perfective, so a great kill. Exactly what you need to get Perfective back into this game. 1 kill to 3, but ultimately it's Ezreal who's gonna be stuck underneath his own tower. And you got people hiding out in this jungle here. Malbad has come down possibly for this dive. Lamb's Respite not available just yet, but might still be able to get some kind of dive going. Sniffing this one out. Sahori walking away, walking back. He's not sure if he wants to stick around for this one, and here it comes. Joggers wants to punish this one. Still has Arcane Shift. We'll get him away just a little bit further. Sweaty Toast trying to tank up some skill shots for him, but it's not enough. He will fall, and now Perfective might be on the back of his own triple kill, as he'll just barely survive. Lancer's fight going to keep the entire squad alive here for now. There's no TPs available to come down to this fight and join this one. Cinnamon Bread almost goes down, forced to flash out. That is a huge win for Dare Black here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, 100%. An amazing fight for them. Joggers taking a nice dive there and then getting that Lamb's Respite up after the fact to keep his team alive. Overall, Cinnamon Bread having to flash there. Didn't have ultimate. Now
here
does have that ult.
Crow storming forward, manages to land the fear, but will they have the damage? Do they really want to take this dive? She still has wild growth available. They opt not to. We're going to walk out of this one, burning the Crow Storm. It's a fairly large cooldown, especially early game here on the Fiddlesticks. And now walking kind of funky here. Might actually just get taken out. Okay, he's good. He's good.
Definitely walking in the wrong direction there, my friend. It may be a Lulu. You may think she's a support, but she is still going to be doing a lot of damage to you up there. Koskinen getting the upper hand in that fight. Still up in CS over Barrick despite being a level down, but ends up winning out in that 2v1 situation. And then in the bot lane, Perfective and Jean-Francois trying to pull themselves back into this game, or at least even on CS at this point. I'm not sure what the gold's looking like at the moment, but if you're looking at the itemization right now, Sahori definitely ahead, getting closer and closer to that Divine Sunderer.
Somebody to shove him underneath the tower, but Rift Trail on the other side of the map was picked up by Joggers, so good awareness to pick that one up while Fiddlesticks was forced back with low HP on that top side. Knows he was pretty free to take that one up as long as Mobud could retain vision here in mid lane. So overall, more good macro play here from Dare being Merc, other than that Dragon, are just, I think, failing to answer here.
Yeah, unable to really take anything for themselves. I'm not sure if it's just they're not really situated on where they want to go with this fight. I mean, a big thing is that their main, ultimates for initiation are pretty long cooldowns. Cinnamon Bread with the Paranoia, Rourke with the Crow Storm. Takes a little bit of time to come back up. We saw Rourke use that Crow Storm topside quite a while ago, and it's still on a cooldown. So they really need to wait for those to come back off cooldown so they can try to take these fights. Otherwise, they don't have a lot to initiate with. Whereas the other side, Dare Black, have a much shorter cooldown time and a lot better utility cooldowns with Jean-Francois and Koskinen between their ultimates.
I'm trying to think about it a little bit more, and I think part of the reason for the lane swap was the Gwen playing further up in that side lane is a lot more dangerous than Lulu playing further up in the side lane.
Right.
Able to kind of speed out, drop some slows, and kind of disengage. We saw it work out perfectly for them when Rourke looked for the Crowstorm engagement. So that may have been the call here. Oh, yeah, here it comes. Paranoia procced as well. Look for the engagement here. Onto the Galio. Pick him up super quick here. That's a nice burst, but Joggers looking to continue the fight. Forced to flash out. Rourke super low on the other side of this fight. No more damage to be had. There is still the Super Mega Death Rocket, but I don't think they're going to let that one connect.
Yeah, Joggers forced a flash there. Lamb's Respite just came off cooldown after that fight had concluded, so unable to really contest anything there. Dragon will be about 40 seconds, though. Everybody's going to try and reset, go for this Dragon. Joggers will hopefully still have ultimate for that ensuing fight to try to keep his team alive to go for that Dragon. I think if he has that up and they're contesting the Dragon, Dare Black should win out in the team fight as well as securing the Dragon for themselves.
Eric taking so much damage here actually from Kunnikin.
Incredible.
Gonna be forced to back and has TP, so I imagine this is gonna be a walk to drag TP back top lane if they want to contest this one. So keep an eye on Barrick and see what he ends up going for here. It'll really spell the story of what exactly they want to go for, but actually it's Jean kind of caught out here, forced to dash away, and now it's the Crowstorm coming on in. Will be the hero's entrance to follow it up. Rourke has gone just a little bit too far, and there's no damage to help you out in that team fight. Barrick TPing in the backside of this fight, has a flank, but you are all alone. Sura trying to find some damage over that wall, but not gonna do it. No kills to be had. Barrick getting chased down here by Mabud. And Super Mega gonna go wide, but it might still be able to find the kill. No, not gonna do it. Galio tries to find it. Jean-Francois may have chased just too far now. And now they're getting chased out here. It's Sahori finding a kill and a shutdown on the Jinx. Another TP coming in. It just keeps getting worse here for Dare Black. And everyone going down here. Finally getting the Dragon on the other side of this fight. Joggers ditching his team for the objective. He's a forward-facing man as he picks up that Dragon for his team.
Yeah, Jogger shouting PTFO to his team as he picks up that Dragon there. What really started off as a bad fight for Mercenaries. I mean, Dare Black came out massively. We saw the fear get wasted on a Jean-Francois from Cinnamon Bread instead of using it on Joggers. Rourke going in way too early without his team. They get found out quickly, but it buys them some time. Cinnamon Bread able to go back to base, TP back in. Sahori getting to the tower there as Sweaty Toast nearly goes down, and Mercenaries turn that around extremely quickly. They don't really grab anything for it other than those kills. They got a little bit of poke off on this bot lane tower, but no actual objective secured for it. So although they are ahead, pretty big time on the kills, 5-9, still down in terms of what that fight brought to them, because they did lose out on the Dragon. Nothing really on the neutral objectives, and we still have no towers taken in.
Yeah, I'm really looking at Cinnamon Bread here to make a play. You've got Paranoia up. You've got people in side lanes. You will always be able to make the initiation first, and because you have this lead, in theory, if they're alone, you should be able to burst them down before the hero's entrance comes through. I want to see them make a play. I want to see them then take a tower afterwards. But right now, they're kind of stuck out in mid lane. Enough wave clear on Mob to be able to just keep pushing out this wave and force them to stay in this lane. Hori forced it Arcane Shift forward to save this tower. There's only one plate left on that one as they finally go down. So Dare Black getting plenty of plays for themselves here on this bottom lane.
Yeah, and they're looking for a death push here.
Sweaty Toast here potentially. Gonna go wide on the dash from the Galio, but knocking him back into the wall. Sweaty Toast forces Zonia's now dashing on into Cinnamon Bread, and the fear will stop the Lamb's Respite. They go down perfective over the wall. Now the Dire's Flash from Sahori will come forward. He'll find the kill. Triple kill for Ezreal in the bot lane. I've seen this one before. Comes up huge in this fight.
Sahori is massive after the past couple of fights. I believe gets was it 2 triple kills this game so
yeah.
far? We saw, the first one early on in the bot lane, and then that one right there. Ezreal is becoming massive, and it's very scary if you're Dare Black here, letting Ezreal, of all people in this game, get big. Cinnamon Bread is nothing to look at either. I mean, 3-0-4. You can't shy away from Cinnamon Bread right now. He's bringing just as much action as Sahori is. Being this Nocturne, pushing R and ending up winning a fight for yourself just because you have, Paranoia active. Very nice fear onto Joggers, and a solid True Shot Barrage coming through from Sahori to finish off Joggers as well before the Lamb's Respite comes through. Was just really good communication overall for Mercenaries.
Now the changeup I want to see here is Sweaty Toast dropped the explosive cast before the Lamb's Respite went down. They got lucky. If that Lance Sprite had gone through, it would have spelled disaster for them in that team fight, as they wouldn't have been able to clean up those kills and then just continue to push forward in that fight. You have to be careful with your cooldowns. Make sure you're using that explosive cast for what you drafted it for in disrupting the Lamb's Respite from saving any targets from a dive.
Right, yeah, used it very early, brought Joggers closer to him, which I guess you could say he focused a lot of his abilities to try to kill Sweaty Toast, but then Toast just dropped the stopwatch and completely stopped that from happening. Kind of bought Cinnamon Bread some time. So in hindsight, yes, it did work. But at the same time, from what we're looking at composition-wise and how the fight should be played out, wasn't optimal for them for sure.
Man, poor Jean-Francois just wanted to keep that pink ward alive, and his teammates backed as it died. Always sucks as a support player, whatever that happens to you, but you know what? You win some, you lose some. Ward will eventually go down, and they win the mini objective there in that jungle.
Yeah, but a win's a win's a win. Barik looking for
here
top
it
lane.
is. This is exactly what we wanted to see. The Paranoia coming through. Hugify will keep him alive for now, but Barik has just got too much damage. Perfect execution. Picks up the kill. And they might just be able to find a tower off this one. They've constantly picked up these kills without finding objectives, and they got to find something here. You got Rift Herald, you got Tower. Pick up something. Deny a wave. Snowball this gold advantage, and I will be happy.
Yeah, I think grabbing Rift Herald here should really be the play. That's a big neutral objective to take off the map, especially when you have Ocean Drake coming up in about 30 seconds here. You take the Rift, you back off, then you go for that Ocean Drake. However, now Cinnamon Bread kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, not knowing whether to go for this turret or for the Rift Herald. He's kind of going back and forth in the river there, trying to just shove out the wave. A tower's going to get taken down in the bot side here. Bye, my bud.
If I had to guess right now, playing for the Paranoia cooldown has the ability to TP into this Dragon fight and do the Paranoia combo with the Nocturne, but he needs a little bit more time, and the rest of the Mercenaries needs to buy it for him if they want their Nocturne to join them in this fight.
Yeah, I think they have a decent way of doing it as well. Sahori with plenty of pokes, Sweaty Toast with great zoning abilities. Work has that ultimate as well, so they could try to buy as much time as possible. The TP is at least up for Cinnamon Bread, even if the ultimate isn't just yet, but they'll be up at the exact same time. And he's going to go ahead and back and potentially look for this TP. Just hovering in base right now.
Yep, all squared up in this bush, just playing around the vision. Lux E actually grants full vision to bush when you put it in a bush like that, but I'm not sure Gragas Q does. Now on this dragon, getting it down to half. Need to be careful here. Rourke not going to drop the Crowstorm just yet. Might look for it here in just a second. Now the TP Paranoia combo has come through. Explosive Cast denies the hero's entrance. Rourke into the backline with the Crowstorm. Doesn't do too much damage. And now the Nocturne is here. Jumping into the backline. Barik hasn't been able to find any picks just yet. Over to the backside, it's Gwyn. Super Mega Death Rocket picks up one. And now chasing forward. Joggers finds yet another. Getting excited. They want more. Barely missing the zap there on the work, and healing to try and chase down this kill, and they will find it. Triple kill going over to Perfective, and they'll get the dragon as well. Dare be protect the ADC, and it pays off.
100% it does. I mean, Mercenaries had the perfect team set up for that, and it just wasn't played well at all. I mean, Rourke going in for an ultimate, missing everybody, hitting nobody. Cinnamon Bread using that ultimate and then immediately getting absolutely blown up and having to back off from it. Dare Black come out on top of that looking fresh as a daisy, like a fight didn't even just happen. And now they're going to be able to take a mid turret. They're going to take the dragon. They're going to get an ace, a triple kill for Perfective, and potentially even move on to pick up this Rift Turret as well before it transforms into that Baron.
And don't forget, they're also grabbing all this jungle farm on the way out. That's another stack towards Joggers. Curious to see how many he has right now if our observers can grab that for us. But we're moving all towards the Rift Herald now. We'll have to find out if really this is like an objective at this point that Mercenaries want to contest. Looks like they're just gonna get this one over for free, so Rift picked up once again. Dare Black finding lots of objectives on the map right now. I mean, potential engagement here as Rourke is chasing forward with this Predator, gonna find the silence and the fear, but nothing else to be had.
Yeah, can't really expend too much onto the support for Dare Black. That's not really the pick that you're looking for. These picks need to be on Perfective. They need to be on Joggers or Mabud. Those are the main source of picks. Even if you want to pick up Koskinen and make him force an ultimate onto himself, because the ultimates that are playing into this are, you know, Joggers and himself. A lot of utility-based ults. It's literally just protect the ADC. If you take away the people that can protect the ADC, you effectively kill the comp. But that's not quite happening on these fights that we're seeing, and Mercenaries really need to start turning that around if they want to look to close this game out. But Dare Black right now have the game in their hands. About a 2.5k gold lead up right now. They're obviously a dragon up, dead even on towers. But right now they're looking very solid here in the past couple of fights, and look to start turning it around if they keep playing them the same way.
Yeah, Dare Black is just showing a great competence at being able to maintain these gold leads, play around the map, and find every objective. Mercenaries has really struggled to keep up and just taking neutral objectives after, and towers as well for that matter, after they find these picks. It's been the continuous story of kind of their entire days of play today. So if they can find some objectives off the back of these picks that they're managing to set up, I believe they can find a way back to this game. But it's an engagement here, so they chose looking on the engagement. Explosive cast knocks back Joggers straight into the team. Lance Sprite will come out to stall out the fight for now, but it's 2-0 here as they find two unsuspecting members of Dare Black wandering around in the river. Good vision and good pickups here for Mercenaries, but what can they do with it?
I was just talking about picks, and there you go. That's exactly what you want. However, a nice push in the top lane here. That Rift Herald is going to get dropped by Perfective up there, trying to clear out another turret. However, it's an immediate Baron start here for Mercenaries. They did take out Joggers and Jean-Francois, so not a whole lot to contest from the side of Dare Black.
Oh, they're getting the rockets down. That's a lot of crit damage. Super Mega Death Rocket will pick up Work in the pit. Sweaty Toast now in danger. Goes Golden to stay alive for now. Perfective on the backside, picking up a double kill. Oh my god, this could be it. Triple kill for Perfective as he chases on through. Now trying to pick up Sabori on the side. Might just be able to do it, but no, he'll go down. Sabori stays alive, shuts down the pentakill dream, and keeps this Baron attempt nullified. That would have been a turnaround if he managed to stay alive. Perfective finally falling in. It still might be a Baron unless Sahori can do something about it.
Just a heads up, that was a 3 versus 5. Like, that was, I don't know how that got played out the way it did, but man, Mercenaries, their positioning in that scenario was not optimal, and because of it, Dare Black, and with the help of Perfective absolutely running down Mercenaries there, they're able to turn right back around and grab that Baron from themselves. They're garnishing about a 5k gold lead nearly, and they are looking to shape up this game. I mean, this could be just one more team fight with the end of the game, with all 5 of them having Baron.
Yeah, Ocean Soul gonna be stalled out here for a little bit longer, as just now spawning up in 38 seconds, but with the Baron, they can look to box in Mercenaries and deny them from stopping this soul point. Saito's getting deep with this vision. This is a little bit risky here, actually, as there's 4 members alive. Now possibly caught out from Mabad, but he's got his teammates behind him, so he should be A-okay.
Yeah, Cinnamon Bread has that ultimate, as does Rourke. They need to actually simultaneously use them together so that they're not just throwing anything away. We've saw a couple of iffy ultimates from Rourke. Sweaty Toast not using his ultimate to the best that we'd like him, so that he's canceling the Lamb's Respite. But now Dare Black moving onto the backside here. They're just looking for the end of the game while Mercenaries are trying to take the dragon here.
Yeah, you take Dragon, we'll take your inhibitor. We're happy to do this trade. They know they've got the snowballing comp. It's Mercenaries that needs this Ocean Soul more than them, so they're just going to go straight up mid lane. They got the inside track. They're going to pick up the inhib, and now they're on the other side of this base. Could be a good flank angle here for them as they're moving on to the inhib, to the Nexus towers. You got to hurry back. get out of there. They're dashing on in. Hero's Entrance will keep joggers nice and healthy. Paranoia not going to pick up much here. Burke on the side. Shuriken flipping forward, dashing out of the mechanic minion, but can't find the engagement. They get an inhibitor. They get Nexus Towers, but the Coast Storm coming forward. Galio trying to stop this one out. The explosive cast knocks the entire team sideways, but he will fall. Crow Storm not good enough. Perfective has the damage, and it's the entire side of Derby chasing on forward. Cinnamon Bread next to fall, getting excited. Perfective continuing to chase forward. There's only a few minions left here. Joggers wanted to die, but has a lance fight to keep himself alive. Now trying to trade out Tower Argon. He might end up going down here as Barrick needs to keep this base alive. No perfect execution to finish the execution, and it will be the final Nexus Tower falling here. Sabori on the side, what can you do against 4? We see this one, but it's exact
Nothing
scenario
there.
here with the Ziggs. Nothing left. The Nexus will fall. It's Dare Black picking up the reverse sweep in the best of 3 to take down Mercenaries.
Wow, what technically a reverse sweep for sure. Incredibly well played. Dare beat come back off of a game 1 loss versus Mercenaries, but instantly turn around all of the mistakes that Mercenaries had in realistically their first 2 games with Supernova and their first game with Dare Black there. Dare Black just kind of just finding their groove in the middle of that game there and able to wipe away Mercenaries as they come out on the night 1-1.
There was opportunities for Mercenaries to always come back in these games, but I would always say that Dare Black expressed extreme control in almost all situations of the game. They were always playing towards an objective, always finding, well, you got to kill, what's next? And that's really what you need to do in these kind of games. Find a kill, find a victory, and Mercenaries really struggled with that. They were always getting these kills, but never able to follow up on it with an objective. And really, you see the difference. It was always, despite kill leads, despite CS leads, it was Dare Black always coming up ahead in the gold lead, and they prove here on the day that they are the better team. They'll be moving forward into tomorrow, 1-1, I believe, on the day. We'll have to see how they continue here in the Risen Esports Open Qualifier Championship.
Yeah, they played exceptionally well tonight. I like their macro movements. Definitely got better over time. Mercenaries, they had their ups and their downs overall. It just wasn't enough to take out Dare Black, who, again, actually took a game off of WCG earlier on tonight. So very nicely done for them. They come out with 3 game wins tonight. So 3-2 overall. 3-3, I'm sorry, overall. Right? Yeah, 2 and then
right.
1. So 3-3 overall. Played very well tonight. I did just enjoy casting them as well with the comeback in game 2. And then just realistically, it was more one-sided in game 3 for them. They just got better over time. And I love watching that.
Yeah, awesome to see for sure. Well, we owe a few folks a shout out. So first, I'd like to give you a shout out, Fury. Thank you for casting with me on the day. Got to thank production in the back. Of course, that is Benjamins. I believe I'm pronouncing that right. AOE Esports as well for hosting the games here on the Risen Open Qualifiers. And of course, thanks to the league and the teams for allowing us to cast their matches. This has been Soulpan. This is Fury. Thank you for watching. We will see you guys next time.